Nobody warns you about the smell of David's early life. Not the heroic part, not the harp part, not the king part. Before the crown, before the giant, before anyone is singing your name in the streets, you smell like wet wool, old milk, cold ashes, and a fresh argument with a hillside full of sheep. And that is what makes this story so strange. The future king of Israel begins as a teenage boy sleeping outside with animals that would absolutely step on your face if given the chance. Hey guys, tonight we begin with David, and we begin where his story actually starts. Out in the dark, in the fields near Bethlehem, wrapped in a rough cloak and marinating in sheep smell. We're going to feel the cold ground under your hip, the greasy wool stuck to your sleeves, and the weird shock of watching a kid nobody notices get marked for a throne. So before you get comfortable, take a moment, like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Congratulations, you've just woken up in the Judean hills around 1020 BCE. The good news? You are alive. The bad news, you are also damp, freezing, and wearing enough sheep grease to qualify as livestock. Your blanket is not really a blanket. It's more of a hostile piece of wool with opinions. You slept in fits, one eye open, because the flock kept shifting in the dark like a breathing carpet with hooves. Every few minutes, one of them snorted directly into the night air. Another wandered, and somewhere nearby, a lamb made that thin, needy cry that somehow sounds both pathetic and accusatory. You sit up and instantly catch the full bouquet of your life. Sheep dung, sheep urine, lanolin, sweat, dirt, smoke from last night's little fire, and your own hair, which now smells like the floor of a traveling petting zoo that lost faith in basic hygiene. This is you. This is the beginning. Not in a palace, not on a polished throne, not with servants waving palm branches while someone plays inspirational background music. You begin in a field outside a town so small and forgettable that if it had a welcome sign, it would mostly be an apology. Bethlehem is down the slope behind you. A cluster of stone houses crouched against the earth, as if they also know the wind is rude. The streets are narrow, dusty, and generously seasoned with donkey droppings. Everywhere you go, something is crusty. The water has to be hauled. The bread is hard. The air in the house gets thick with smoke because the cooking fire does not believe in ventilation. And your family, 8 sons. 8. You are the youngest, which means in household ranking, you are somewhere between useful extra pair of hands and didn't we send him out with the sheep? Your older brothers are bigger, louder, and deeply committed to acting like they were personally appointed by heaven to tell you you're doing everything wrong. They get the adult conversations. They get the swords. They get to stand around looking important. You get the flock and a stick, maybe a sling, if no one borrowed it and forgot to return it. Your hands are already rough from rope, rock, thorn, and weather. Your feet know every stab of gravel through worn sandals. Your shoulders ache from carrying things nobody thanked you for carrying. You are still young enough to be overlooked and old enough to be given serious jobs with no supervision, which is really the ancient family version of good luck out there. And the sheep, my goodness, the sheep. People talk about shepherding as if it's all soft lighting, and peaceful flutes. In practice, it's a full-time customer service job for creatures with the survival instincts of spilled soup. One gets stuck in a shrub. One wanders toward a ravine because apparently gravity looks inviting today. One decides the very worst moment to panic is also the perfect moment to panic. They smell strong on a good day and catastrophic on a warm one. You know each one by sound before you can even see them. The limping ewe, the greedy ram, the lamb that keeps trying to nurse from absolutely everybody. You sleep near them, eat near them, shout at them, drag them, count them, chase them, and occasionally have very personal conversations with them because at this point they are most of your social circle. And still, out here, something is happening in you. The night sky over these hills is ridiculous. No city glow, no lamps in rows, just stars spilled everywhere, hard and bright, while the flock settles in noisy little grunts around you. You kill the long hours by singing. You sing to stay awake. You sing because the dark is huge. You sing because there is no one around to laugh at you except the sheep, and they are not exactly a refined audience. So your voice goes up into the cold air anyway. You sing with cracked lips and tired eyes and smoke in your clothes. You sing while clutching a staff polished smooth by your hand. You sing to a God you cannot see, in a life that feels very small, from a town that feels even smaller, and in a detail that would be insulting if it weren't so fascinating. This is where the story of Israel's most famous king begins, half awake, underdressed, and smelling like the back end of his own flock. Then one day, while you're out here doing the same dirty work as always, a prophet comes to your father's house, and nobody sends for you. A holy man arrives. There's tension in the air. Your brothers are washed, lined up, and brought indoors. Oil is ready. Expectations are high. And you, the future king, are left outside with the sheep because apparently somebody has to keep Asahel from eating a thorn bush again. That is the level of confidence your family has in your prospects. By the time someone remembers you exist, you are still field-stained. Your face is sun-browned and wind-burned. Your clothes carry enough wool fibers to start a second sheep. You walk in smelling like the exact reason respectable people close windows. And before this journey is over, you will kill a giant, dodge spears, live in caves, drool in public to fake madness, wear a crown, dance in the street, steal another man's wife, order a death, bury children, flee your own son, grow old under blankets that still can't warm your bones. But not yet. Right now, morning is scraping itself over the Bethlehem hills. The sheep are stirring. Your stomach is empty. Your brothers still think you're a nobody. Your father has work for you. The dust is already on your ankles. The smell is already in your hair. And the crown is still so far away it might as well belong to someone else. So, pick up the staff, call the flock, and let's walk into the life of David, where almost everything begins in manure and ends in tears. The sun is higher now. Your back already aches. You get the flock moving with whistles, clicks, and the kind of muttering usually reserved for traffic. Sheep do not travel so much as ooze. A few go where you want. A few question the assignment. One appears spiritually committed to a patch of thorns and must be yanked away before it swallows half the hillside. This is your morning. Your brothers wake in a house. You wake in weather. By the time the light spreads gold over the ridges, your sandals are wet with dew and something less wholesome. Your robe smells like smoke, lanolin, and old animal breath. One lamb has already tried to chew the hem. Another has jammed its head into a gap between rocks and is making noises like an outraged kettle. You free it. It immediately runs in the wrong direction. Being the youngest son in Jesse's household is not a glamorous position. There is no ceremony, no solemn handing over of a family sword, no stirring speech about legacy. You're the eighth boy, which means all the important jobs are taken, all the opinions are occupied, and most of the food has been negotiated over before you get near it. You are not exactly neglected. You are just available. Need someone to carry water. David needs someone to watch sheep through a cold night while the adults stay near the fire. David needs someone to run bread to a field, clear brush, haul wool, fetch tools, chase a goat off the roof, and somehow also not complain. David again. Its less beloved youngest son and more household multi-tool. At meals, your older brothers stretch out and talk over one another like men who expect to matter. Eliab, the oldest, carries himself like he was born already offended by your existence. Broad shoulders, strong beard, voice like a door slamming. He has the look people trust immediately, mostly because he fills doorways and says things with confidence. Abinadab is quieter, but in that deeply irritating older brother way that suggests he has assessed you and found you lacking. Shammah laughs when you mess up. The others come in a blur of elbows, opinions, and borrowed sandals. And you, meanwhile, are still scraping sheep muck off your heel with a stick. Jesse is not cruel. That matters. But he is practical, and practical fathers in a house full of sons are not always warm. He sees what each boy is useful for. The older ones stand taller, speak louder, and look like men who could hold a spear without embarrassing the family. You are younger, quicker, red-cheeked from wind and sun, and easier to send into the hills because someone has to do it. So, out you go. Every day the land opens around you in folds of pale grass, thorn scrub, limestone outcrops, and dusty paths worn by generations of feet and hooves. Bethlehem sits behind you, small and stubborn. Ahead is pasture, if you're generous with the term. Not lush meadows, not storybook green, more like a collection of edible regrets spread over several hills. The sheep lower their heads and get to work. So do you. You learn the slope of every ridge and the mood of every season. In spring, the grass comes in, and for a few brief weeks, the world pretends to be kind. In summer, everything crackles dry, and your tongue feels thick by noon. In winter, the wind crawls through your cloak and bites your shoulders. Rain turns paths to mud. Heat turns them to dust. Nothing ever stays comfortable long enough to trust it. Your staff is an extension of your arm now, smoothed by sweat, polished by years of grip. The sling hangs at your side like an afterthought, but it isn't one. At first, it's just rope and leather and frustration. You miss rocks by entire hillsides. You whip yourself in the ear. You let go too soon and send a stone skipping sideways into a bush where something alive shrieks in protest. You improve because embarrassment is a powerful teacher. There is not much to do out here except pay attention. So you do. You learn distance, weight, wind, the feel of a rounded stone in your palm. Not jagged rubble, not brittle chalk, smooth creek stones, dense and satisfying, each one like a small bad decision waiting to happen. You spin the sling once, twice, 3 times, then release. The stone snaps away with a sound like cloth cracking in the air. At first, you aim at stumps, then shrubs, then knots in trees. Soon, you can hit what you mean to hit. That matters more than anyone knows yet. But the morning isn't over. The flock has found a low patch where the grass is thicker, and now your real work begins, which is watching things eat while pretending this is simple. It is not simple. A sheep can be alive, healthy, moving fine, and dead by sunset if you stop paying attention. One falls, one strays, one gets its leg trapped in a crevice, one gulps water too fast, bloats, and stumbles like it attended a very irresponsible feast. Lambs are even worse. Tiny legs, terrible judgment, unlimited confidence. It's like supervising a crowd of toddlers in fur coats. You know them all. Not in some polished children's book way, but the real way. The you with the split ear who startles at everything. The old ram with one cloudy eye who still tries to bully younger males. The small lamb born late in the season, weak in the knees, who needs carrying when the climb gets steep. You know their sounds, their tempers, their bad habits, the exact note of panic in a bleat when one has wandered too far. You count without thinking, again and again. At the water source, on the move, before dark, in the middle of the night when a strange noise snaps you awake and your heart starts kicking at your ribs. You count because every missing animal is a problem with teeth. And not all those teeth belong to sheep. You hear jackals before you see them, thin yipping calls at dusk, movement at the edge of the rocks, eye shine in the dark. They're opportunists, the biblical version of people who hover near unattended snacks. Alone, they're mostly nuisance. In numbers, with a weak lamb separated from the flock, they become bold. The first time one rushes in close, you react before thinking. Staff up, shout, run. Your feet skid on loose stone. The jackal darts, grey-brown and hungry. The lamb screams. You swing hard, miss the head, catch the shoulder. The animal yelps and tumbles, then vanishes into scrub while your pulse hammers like you've swallowed a drum. The lamb is still alive. You are too. Congratulations. You have just unlocked a new layer of shepherding called, apparently, I fight wildlife now. Later, you will laugh about it in the dumb, shaky way people laugh after almost being bitten. At the time, your hands won't stop trembling. Days blur together out here, but they are not empty. They are packed with tiny emergencies. Thorn cuts, sunburn, a twisted ankle on loose gravel, you giving birth badly while you crouch beside her with bloody hands and no help. You pull a slick little lamb into the world while the mother pants and shudders. Steam rises from the new body in the cold air. It blinks, sneezes, and immediately looks inconvenienced. That's new life in Bethlehem. Wet, noisy, and covered in fluids nobody wants on their sleeves. You wipe your hands on grass. It does nothing. Then night falls, and the hills become a different country. The temperature drops fast after sunset. The heat vanishes like a liar avoiding responsibility. You gather the flock into a fold if there's one nearby, a rough enclosure of stones stacked by countless hands. If there isn't, you settle them on the safest patch you can find and keep close. Fire, if you can manage one. Cloak wrapped tight. Staff across your lap. Sling nearby. The stars come out in impossible numbers. They are almost rude about it. So many points of light that the sky looks punched through. You lean back on one elbow and stare upward while the sheep rustle, snore, cough, and occasionally let out a belch powerful enough to suggest internal weather. Somewhere in the dark, a nightbird calls. Farther off, something answers. The earth smells of dust, wool, old dung, and cooling stone. And because nobody is around but animals and God, you start to sing. Not because anyone trained you, not because some instructor sat you down with scrolls and a lesson plan. No polished room, no audience, no applause. Just a boy in a field with too many thoughts and too much sky over his head. At first, it's whatever comes. Fragments of old family songs, harvest chants, snatches of melody heard in town during feast days. You hum to stay awake. You sing to keep fear from getting too large in the dark. The notes drift over the flock and out into the hills, and the sound comes back thin and strange. You learn what your own voice can do by hearing it alone. Sometimes you make up words as you go. Complaints, mostly, about wind, about sheep, about brothers, about the astonishing inconvenience of existing outdoors during winter. Then those songs shift. They get longer, stranger, more honest. You talk upward. You thank God when the lamb survives. You argue when the rain won't stop. You ask why your life is sheep all the way down. You laugh into the dark at the absurdity of being so small under so much sky. There is no polite religious performance out here. No one to impress. No one to nod solemnly. You speak because silence gets loud, and because the world feels full of someone even when you can't see him. That's where it starts. Not the king part, not the fame, the voice. You pluck at strings too, when you can get your hands on a simple lyre back home, or one borrowed from another boy, one more thing your brothers treat like a toy until you keep at it long enough to become good. Fingers toughen. Calluses rise. You find chords by repetition. Wrong note, right note, wrong again, better. A tune settles, then another. Before long, the instrument fits against your body as naturally as the sling. You play in the doorway, you play in the courtyard when chores are done. You play outside because inside the house there is always smoke in the air, people stepping over each other, somebody arguing, somebody coughing, somebody asking why you're making that noise. Out on the hillside, the notes float clean. No walls, no complaints except the sheep, and they were going to complain anyway. Now and then, a brother tells you to be quiet. Now and then, another lingers to listen before pretending he wasn't. Jesse notices more than he says. A father hears things, even when he acts busy. Still, no one looks at you and sees destiny. They see a useful boy with red-brown skin from the sun, quick hands, and a habit of staring into distance like there might be something there besides more hills. The seasons pass. You grow. Your voice deepens a little. Your shoulders broaden. The work settles into your body. Scar on one knuckle from a rock slipped wrong. Scar on your forearm from thorn scrub. A crescent mark near your wrist where a frightened ewe bit you while you were trying to help it, which feels frankly ungrateful. You stop expecting comfort. You become good at hunger without drama, good at thirst without panic, good at walking long distances in bad sandals while carrying things that smell terrible. You can nap leaning against a rock and wake at the softest wrong sound. You can judge weather by the feel of air on your face. You can tell when a sheep is about to bolt before it remembers this itself. It turns out obscurity is training. Boring training, often filthy, but training all the same. And now we arrive at the part nobody in your family sees coming. A lion. Not every day, not even every year. The hills around Bethlehem are not crawling with them. the way your imagination suggests after a bad night. But the land is rough, and predators still move through it. Big cats, bears farther north and in wooded ravines, threats at the edge of ordinary life. Most days you see tracks, dung, disturbed brush, signs that something stronger than you passed through while you slept. One dusk, as the light goes copper and the flock tightens around you, a shape moves where it should not. Low, heavy, silent in the way silence becomes terrifying when attached to muscle. At first, your mind tries to call it a shadow. Very helpful. Unfortunately, the shadow has shoulders. The sheep feel it before you shout. Heads jerk up, bodies bunch. A lamb breaks the wrong way in panic, because of course it does. Of course, the smallest one chooses this exact moment to become an independent thinker. The beast lunges. You do not have time for bravery as a concept. Only action. Your sling is in your hand. Stone in. The pouch. Spin, release. The shot flies, but the light is bad and your pulse is everywhere. You hit, but not cleanly. The animal snarls, stunned more than stopped. The lamb screams. Dust explodes under pounding feet, and you run toward it. This is the sort of thing that sounds heroic later and feels deeply stupid in the moment. You go because the lamb is yours to protect, and because no one else is there. Staff raised, voice raw, heart trying to leave through your throat. The predator wheels with the lamb in its jaws. You strike. Once. Again. A blur of fur, heat, and violence. The smell is rank and hot, like blood on old hide. The beast turns on you with a roar that empties your brain of every thought except survive. You hit until it lets go. Then you grab the lamb and stumble back, shaking so hard your knees nearly fold under you. The animal retreats or dies there, depending on which retelling you hear later. But in this moment, what matters is the lamb is alive, barely, and your hands are covered in blood that isn't all yours. You don't feel the scratches until later. You sit by the fire that night with torn sleeves and a split lip, looking at the stars with the stunned expression of someone who has made several poor decisions and somehow lived through them. The lamb sleeps in your lap, bandaged as best you can manage. Your whole body hurts. Tomorrow you will still have sheep to move. Ancient life is very unsympathetic that way. There are other close calls. A bear one season, all rage and bulk and rotten breath. A night storm so violent the flock scatters, and you spend hours in rain that needles your skin, dragging animals from gullies by their legs. A sickness through part of the herd. Days of carrying weak ones. Days of burying the dead. Work does not pause for your feelings. Grief has chores. And through all of it, you keep singing. Sometimes softly while the sheep settle. Sometimes loud over wind. Sometimes with laughter, because a line comes to you that is too good not to enjoy, even if your audience is a you, chewing sideways and blinking like she understands none of it. You sing about hills, storms, enemies, safety, water, sleep, fear in the night. You sing about God as a shepherd because that's the metaphor available to you, and also because, after years of keeping stupid, fragile animals alive, you know exactly what kind of patience that requires. A great deal, as it turns out. Back in Bethlehem, life circles around seasons, births, festivals, harvests, repairs, gossip, and bread. Always bread. Dense loaves baked on hot stones, crusted with ash, meant for tearing, dipping, and enduring. Some days there are olives, some curds, a little roasted grain, maybe lentils when things are good. Meat appears for special moments, not casually. Nobody is wandering into the kitchen for midnight snacks. The sheep may be your responsibility, but you are not living large. The house itself is packed with family heat, smoke, and noise when you're home. Stone walls, packed earth floors, storage jars, sleeping mats, tools hung where there's room, maybe animals sheltered close during rough weather, because ancient domestic architecture really believed in community, including with livestock. Privacy is a fantasy. Quiet is a rumor. You come in smelling like outdoors, which somehow improves nothing. Your mother wrinkles her nose and gives you something to carry. Your brothers ask whether you've finally taught the sheep to count themselves. Someone takes a piece of bread off your plate. You take it back. These are the rhythms of being alive with other people. Now, there are moments when you dream beyond the hills. Of course you do. You are young. You've seen caravans pass, traders with foreign goods, soldiers with bronze flashing in the sun, stories traveling faster than people. You've heard of judges, battles, shrines, men whose names stretch beyond one town. You know the world is larger than Bethlehem, but larger does not yet mean yours. Mostly, your future looks like more of the same. More sheep, more labor, maybe eventually a small household of your own. Maybe service under a stronger man. Maybe military duty, if called. Nothing in your daily life suggests a crown. You would have laughed if someone said king. First, because it sounds ridiculous. Second, because Israel already has one. Samuel is old now, but his name still lands heavily. Prophet, judge, the kind of man who can walk into a place and suck all the casual conversation out of the air. People straighten when he arrives. They also worry, because men like Samuel do not usually show up to chat about weather and admire your grain storage. One day, he comes to Bethlehem. You are not there. Of course you're not there. Where are you? In the fields. With sheep. Again, because history has terrible timing, and your father sees no reason to drag the youngest boy in from work when an important man visits. The honored guests are assembled. The household tidied as much as any household can be tidied with limited water and several men shedding dust. A meal is prepared. There is tension in the courtyard, the kind that clings to walls. Out on the hills, you notice none of this at first. Why would you? The sun is climbing. A ewe has gone lame. One lamb keeps lagging and has to be scooped under your arm like a sack with opinions. The day smells of dry grass and warm wool. You are humming to yourself, flicking pebbles at a particularly stubborn ram when someone comes running from town. A servant boy, maybe one of the household hands, breathless and annoyed. Your father wants you, now. That is all the explanation you get. You stare for half a second because fathers usually want things, but rarely in tones suggesting immediate cosmic importance. The boy is already turning back downhill. You hand off what you can, secure the flock as best possible, and start walking fast, then faster. Dust kicks up around your ankles. Your heart is doing strange things, not from revelation, from logistics. Did something happen? Is someone sick? Did one of your brothers finally pick a fight with a person too large to manage? Has a sheep wandered into somebody's crop field and started an international incident? By the time you reach the house, you're flushed, sweaty, and very aware of how you smell. The courtyard is full. Samuel is there. And suddenly, every eye is on you, which is deeply unpleasant when you are covered in field. Your hair is full of wind and bits of whatever the hillside donated. Your tunic carries the full aromatic testimony of your profession. Sheep grease has worked itself permanently into the fabric. There may be dung on your sandal. There is almost certainly dung on your sandal. Your brothers are lined up, washed. They look like a recruiting poster for sons your father remembers to present first. Eliab especially stands there, broad and impressive, exactly the sort of man everyone would expect to matter. You, meanwhile, have just jogged in smelling like the back room of a wool market after a flood. Jesse looks at you in that quick, practical way fathers do when they realize the missing piece of the day has finally arrived. Samuel looks longer. He is old, lined, carrying years in his face and authority in his posture. His gaze is unsettling, not because it's cruel, because it feels like being measured somewhere under your skin. The room, or courtyard, or gathering space, however this household is arranged at this hour, has gone quiet enough that you can hear someone shifting a pot near the fire. One by one, before you arrived, the older brothers had passed under that gaze. Eliab, firstborn, tall enough to inspire confidence from a distance. Not him. Abinadab, not him. Shammah, no. One after another, all the obvious choices, all the sons arranged like a family display of masculine potential, and each time Samuel waits, watches, and does not move. You did not witness this parade, but you can feel its aftermath hanging in the air. Confusion, embarrassment, a touch of offense. Your brothers are not used to being looked at and found insufficient by a prophet before lunch. Samuel asks your father whether these are all his sons. Jesse freezes for a beat, that tiny pause, that ancient, universal parental miscalculation. Well, he says, more or less, there is still the youngest. Still, the youngest. You can almost hear the sentence shrug. Still the one with the sheep. Still the one no one thought to call. Still the one standing here now with sun-reddened skin, bright eyes, rough hands, and enough lanolin on his sleeves to waterproof a tent. Samuel does not sit down to eat. He waits. So they sent for you. And now you are here, trying not to smell, louder than your brothers. Then the prophet takes a horn of oil, not a tidy little drop on the forehead, not a ceremonial dab. This is oil from a ram's horn, rich and fragrant, heavy with the smell of olive and spice. When he tips it, it runs. Onto your hair, down your face, along your neck, into the collar of your tunic. You freeze under the touch and the room freezes with you. Oil drips off your chin. There is no way to look dignified during this. Your brothers stare. Your father stares. Maybe your mother puts a hand to her mouth. Maybe a servant near the wall widens his eyes and immediately decides he will be discussing this for years. You stand there slick with oil and shock while Samuel anoints you in the middle of your family, in your own house, with all the subtlety of a man overturning the furniture of your future. Whatever words he speaks land like thunder in a room too small to contain them. Chosen, set apart. The Lord's selection resting not on the oldest, not on the strongest looking, not on the obvious, on you, the boy from the hills, the one who smells like sheep. For one stretched out moment, you probably expect lightning, trumpets, a sudden transfer to a palace. Maybe at minimum your brothers apologizing for the last 12 years. You get none of that. No visible halo. No instant crown descending from the rafters. No glowing effect around your head to help clarify things. Just oil in your eyes and a silence so thick you could cut it into chunks. Then life keeps going. That is one of the strangest parts. The meal still has to be eaten. Animals still need feeding. Water still needs hauling. The world does not stop because your entire existence has been rerouted by a prophet in your father's courtyard. At some point, somebody hands you a cloth and tells you to wipe your face. At some point, people start breathing again. At some point, you go back outside, back to the sheep. Can you believe it? Anointed 1 minute, back on manure duty the next. It's the ancient version of getting life-changing news and still having to finish your shift. You walk uphill with drying oil in your hair, the smell of it following you through the dust. The sky is the same sky. The paths are the same paths. The same foolish ram is still trying to eat something inedible. The flock does not gather around in awe. One lamb headbutts your knee because it wants attention and has no respect for sacred moments. But something has changed, not around you, in you. The hills feel different now, though they look the same. The songs rise differently in your chest. The loneliness has a strange new edge, less emptiness than waiting. You replay Samuel's face, your father's surprise, your brother's expressions somewhere between disbelief and indigestion. You are young enough to feel the thrill of it. You are old enough to know better than to mention it too often. So you keep it close. You watch the flock. You sing into dusk. You practice the sling until your arm knows its circles blind. You learn again the patience of living inside a promise that has not arrived yet. A private anointing does not make the nights warmer. It does not make the sheep smarter. It does not turn your brothers tender or your chores optional. It gives you no map, no timeline, no explanation. Only a certainty that your life, which looked small and fixed and already assigned, has cracked open somewhere beneath the surface. That is enough, for now. Evening comes down over Bethlehem and paints the stones amber, then grey. Smoke lifts from houses in thin columns. Somewhere below, families gather around bread and lentils and the day's last gossip. Up here the flock circles in, settling with little grunts and rustles. You sit on a rock with your staff across your knees. The oil smell is fading under wool and wind. Above you, the stars begin again. You lift your face into the dark and sing, not because anyone asked, and not because anyone understands yet. You sing because there is a God who sees boys in fields. You sing because you were forgotten until you weren't. You sing because the night is large and your future is larger, though you cannot make out its shape. Below, Bethlehem sleeps, small and unaware. Up on the hill, the youngest son keeps watch, and somewhere in the dark, the story has already started. Take these, your father says, shoving bread, grain, and cheese into your arms like this is a normal morning. It is not a normal morning. Your older brothers are away with Saul's army, and Jesse has decided this makes you a courier. So now you're trudging out of Bethlehem under a load of food, smelling like dust and sheep on what is essentially the world's oldest delivery run. No app, no tip, just paternal expectations and a sack of dairy products sweating against your side. You're still a teenager when your father hands you bread and cheese and says, "Go check on your brothers at the front." You have no idea what's waiting in that valley. The road south and west drops through rough country, all chalky hills, scrub, thorn and stones, designed by nature specifically to get inside sandals. By mid-morning, the heat is already climbing your back. Flies orbit your face with the confidence of creatures who know no one can stop them. The cheese smells strong enough to start arguments. You keep walking. By the time the Valley of Elah opens in front of you, your shoulders are burning, and your mouth tastes like old dust. Two ridgelines rise opposite each other with a broad valley floor between them, and down in the middle runs a seasonal brook, shallow this time of year, more stones than water. The kind of place armies choose because it looks dramatic and miserable at once. And it is miserable. The Israelite camp is spread along one slope in a mess of men, gear, cook fires, mule droppings, shield stacks, bedrolls, half-dug latrine pits, and the kind of smell that forms when thousands of adult men live outside together for weeks. Sweat, leather, ash, wet wool, feet, roasting grain, animal dung, human waste, mystery steam rising from a pot you decide not to inspect. It hits you like a wall. You've lived with sheep. You've known some smells. This is competitive. Men move around with that restless military energy that's all noise and no progress. Spears clatter. Someone is shouting for water. Someone else is cursing because a tent peg has vanished, which in an army camp is apparently an event of national importance. A donkey lets out a scream like it's being audited. Nearby, a man is oiling armor and sneezing into the same hand. You stop asking things of life. You look for your brothers. They are not hard to find. Eliab is exactly where Eliab would be, standing with the grim intensity of a man determined to look useful even while doing very little. Abinadab and Shammah are nearby, all dust and stubble and irritation. Their hair is lank with sweat. Their tunics are stiff with grime. They smell like fear wrapped in bronze. You hand over the provisions. No reunion worth mentioning follows. This is family. One grabs the bread, another checks the grain. Someone asks what your father said. Someone else asks whether the sheep are alive, which feels rude considering you carried lunch through a war zone. You start answering, and then the noise changes. A horn sounds from across the valley, not a pleasant horn, not feast day music. This is a blunt, ugly blast that says, everyone stand up and prepare to have your nerves kicked down a hillside. Men stop what they're doing. Hands tighten on spear shafts. Conversations die mid-sentence. Even the donkey, moved by a rare instinct for respect, goes quiet. All eyes turn downhill. And now you see the reason this camp smells so strongly of panic. Across the valley, the Philistines line the opposite slope, rank after rank, shields and helmets flashing under the sun. They are organized. They are armed. They are making the sort of collective noise that says they came to ruin someone's week. But they are not what everyone is staring at. One man steps out ahead of them. Even at a distance, your brain rejects him at first, not because you can't see him clearly, because he looks wrong in the landscape, like someone set a watchtower on feet and told it to walk downhill. He is enormous, broad as a gate, tall enough that every other man near him looks temporary. Bronze covers him everywhere it can. Helmet, scale armor, greaves, metal glinting over a body built less like a person than like an architectural threat. This is Goliath of Gath, and he has been doing this for 40 days. Twice a day, morning and evening, he comes down into the valley and calls for a champion. Twice a day, he roars insults across the gap, while two armies stand there pretending not to sweat. 40 days of this. 40 mornings waking to dread. 40 evenings ending with your dignity peeled off and thrown into a ditch. It's the biblical version of being bullied by a demolition site. He keeps coming. His armor alone weighs around 125 pounds of bronze. 125. That is not clothing. That is a second, angrier person strapped to his torso. The scales overlap and clink as he walks, each step heavy enough that you can almost feel it in your own knees. Bronze plates catch the sunlight and throw it around like little flashes of warning. Ahead of him walks a shield bearer. That detail is almost offensive. Normal soldiers carry their own shields. Goliath has a whole extra man whose job is apparently portable wall assistant. The shield is large enough to block half a doorway. The bearer holds it out in front while the giant lumbers behind, because when you are this large, ordinary military logistics no longer apply. You are not a fighter. You are a moving problem. And then there's the spear. The shaft is thick as a weaver's beam, big and heavy, the sort of thing most men would use as building material. The iron point alone weighs an absurd amount, enough that you stop thinking of it as a weapon and start thinking of it as a metal opinion. He carries it casually. Casually. That should be illegal. His voice rolls across the valley like a rock slide. You don't catch every word at first because your body is busy having a very reasonable reaction to an enormous armed man screaming in your direction. But the point becomes clear. Send someone out, one-on-one. Let the two sides settle it by single combat. If your man wins, the Philistines serve. If theirs wins, Israel serves. This sounds simple right up until you look at him again. No one moves. Of course, no one moves. The men around you are trying very hard to stand in a way that looks military and not at all like deeply uncomfortable furniture. Some grip spears they clearly have no intention of using for this purpose. Others stare fixedly at the horizon as if they have suddenly become students of cloud formation. One scratches his beard with the solemn focus of a man hoping to disappear into his own face. Even King Saul is afraid. That matters because Saul is not small. He is the sort of man people notice. Taller than others, broad enough, kingly enough, exactly the kind of figure you would expect to stride out and handle a national embarrassment. Instead, he stays in camp while this Philistine giant comes down every day and turns the whole army into a collection of anxious elbows. You listen to Goliath finish. Then you wait for someone to answer. No one does. The giant laughs, turns, and heads back uphill to his side, bronze flashing, shield-bearer trotting ahead like some very stressed intern. The Philistines roar approval. The Israelites exhale in shame. Around you, movement slowly returns, but it has changed. Men mutter, someone spits. Someone else says the giant is impossible to kill. Another swears there's a reward for whoever takes him down. A reward. That gets your attention. You start asking questions. What reward? How much? Is this serious? Men answer with the speed of people who have repeated the same rumor for weeks. Riches. The king's daughter in marriage. Freedom from taxes for your father's house, which, frankly, in any era is romantic in its own way. Some men dream of glory, some of love, some of exempting dad from government payments. You ask again, just to be sure. Eliab hears you. This goes badly immediately. Your oldest brother rounds on you with the fury of a man who was already humiliated before his younger sibling arrived to witness it. Why have you come down? He snaps, in that tone older brothers reserve for moments when they wish to become the problem instead of the problem's problem. And with whom have you left those few sheep in the wilderness? Few sheep. Rude. He goes on, accusing you of pride, of insolence, of coming just to watch the battle, which is a wild complaint considering there has not been a battle in over a month. There has been standing. There has been sweating. There has been listening to a giant insult everyone's bloodline. That's not battle. That's a hostage situation with extra helmets. You blink at him. What have I done now? You say, which has the weary energy of a younger brother who knows this script by heart. And really, what have you done? Brought lunch, asked a question, continued existing in Eliab's line of sight. Apparently all severe offenses. You turn away and ask someone else. The answer is the same. The giant has been coming out every day. No one will fight him. Saul keeps offering the reward. No one believes the reward will matter if they're dead. This is a fair point. It lacks vision, but it is fair. Still, something in you won't let it go. You've spent enough time on lonely hills fighting things bigger than you to develop a poor but consistent relationship with self-preservation. Also, and this is important, Goliath is not just large. He's loud about it. There's a difference. A predator is one thing. A predator with a speech is another. This man walks out twice daily to mock your people and your God with the confidence of someone who has never once been hit in the face unexpectedly. That detail begins to interest you. Word starts to spread through camp that Jesse's youngest boy is asking dangerous questions and making comments that do not sound nearly frightened enough. Men laugh at first, because obviously this is ridiculous. You are a teenager delivering bread. You are not on anyone's shortlist for military solutions. But the camp is starving for anything that isn't despair, and ridicule travels fast. Soon enough, the thing happens that always happens in a camp full of bored, frightened men. Someone takes you to Saul. The king's area is larger than the rest, though royal field headquarters still means canvas, dust, guards, and the smell of too many men making decisions on too little sleep. Saul looks worn. Weeks of humiliation have a way of settling into a face. His armor is nearby. His attendants hover with that special palace servant expression that says everything is urgent and nothing is under control. You stand before him with dust on your hem and sheep country in your posture. You say, more or less, that no one should lose heart because of this Philistine. You'll go fight him. There is a pause, an actual pause. Because imagine being Saul for 1 second. You have a giant problem in the valley. Your army is afraid. Your own courage has gone missing. And now in walks a shepherd teenager smelling faintly of travel cheese, announcing he'll handle it. It's less military strategy and more concerning youth confidence. Saul looks at you like he's checking for a hidden adult. You are not able, he says. Reasonable words. Sensible words. You are young. Goliath has been fighting since before you could grow a beard worth discussing. This should end the conversation. It does not. You start talking about sheep. This is where everyone in the tent should have been alarmed. You tell the king that when lions or bears came and took lambs from the flock, you went after them. You struck them. You rescued the animal from their mouths. When they turned on you, you grabbed them and killed them. Which is not the kind of sentence most teenagers should say calmly in a royal tent. Men nearby shift and stare. You hear how it sounds. You do. But there's no elegant way to summarize. I spent years outdoors learning not to panic when something large and murderous rushed me. This is the resume you have. It's odd, deeply rural, and unexpectedly relevant. You say that the same God who delivered you from lion and bear will deliver you from this Philistine. That lands in the tent with a weight bigger than your age. Saul studies you, and maybe what he sees is not strength exactly. Not obvious military strength. He sees certainty, the kind forged in obscurity, where no one applauds and no one tells stories afterward, except you and God. You are not proposing a duel because you misread the danger. You know danger. You just know something else more strongly. Finally, Saul says, "Go." Then he does what anxious leaders do when improvising. He tries to put his armor on you. This is a catastrophe. Servants bring the bronze cuirass. Someone settles a helmet on your head. A sword is belted around your waist. Piece by piece, the king's gear is loaded onto your teenage frame until you resemble a child trapped under cookware. The armor is heavy, awkward, and built for a much larger man. It hangs wrong. It shifts with every movement. The sword knocks against your legs like it personally resents your existence. You take a step, then another. No, absolutely not. You shuffle a few paces with the doomed dignity of someone trying to act normal while wearing a full kitchen renovation. Your shoulders hunch. Your neck disappears. The helmet slips low enough to make the world look like a narrow slot of sunlight and concern. If you went into battle like this, you would not be killed by Goliath. You would die from tripping over your own monarchy. So you tell Saul, you can't go in these. You haven't tested them. They're not yours. They do not move with your body. They make you less yourself, not more. Which is a lesson half the world learns the hard way, but you are getting it all at once under a bronze hat. The armor comes off. You breathe again. There you are, staff in hand, sling at your side, tunic, sandals, youth, nerve. No sword, no shield, no bronze shell. From the outside, it looks insane. From the inside, it feels familiar. You've spent years moving over rock and scrub with your body light and alert. That is what you trust, not the costume of someone else's courage. And now we arrive at the brook. You leave the camp and head down toward the valley floor while men watch in the kind of silence usually reserved for disasters unfolding in real time. The creek bed cuts through the valley, shallow and stony, a ribbon of water slipping around worn rocks polished smooth by seasons of flow. You crouch there for a moment with the noise of two armies pressing from both slopes. Your hand goes into the water. It's cool, shockingly cool after all that heat and breath and fear. You choose 5 smooth stones, not random chunks, not sharp rubble. Smooth, rounded, dense stones shaped by water and time. Good weight in the hand. Not too light. Not brittle. You know immediately which ones will fly true. You've been choosing stones since you were a boy with too much time and too many predators around your flock. Your fingers know what your mouth can't explain. One goes into the sling pouch later, the others into your shepherd's bag. 5 stones is not lack of faith. 5 stones is what sensible people call planning. You are not strolling into a duel with one dramatic pebble and a speech. You are preparing for follow-up. Ancient warfare may feature miracles, but it still appreciates backup ammunition. The sling itself is simple. 2 cords with a leather pouch in the middle. It looks unimpressive. That's part of the charm. People see a strip of leather and think child's toy. They are wrong. A practiced slinger can hurl a stone with terrifying speed, enough to crack bone, shatter teeth, cave in a skull. This is not the little Y-shaped backyard gadget modern children use to ruin windows. This is a weapon. A nasty, efficient, very old machine made of cord, timing, and bad intentions. You've spent years with one. Your arm knows the motion by heart. Load the stone into the pouch. Hold one cord fixed. Grip the release cord between finger and thumb. Swing. Build speed. Feel the weight pull outward, the stones circling, the cords humming. Then release at exactly the right instant. And let physics do the ugly part. Miss by a little and the shot goes wild. Time it right and someone's day ends immediately. Goliath sees you coming. At first, he probably expects a proper opponent, a soldier in armor, a champion with a shield and a respectable amount of bronze. Instead, out comes a teenager with a stick. A staff, really. But from his perspective, this changes nothing. You are not what anyone ordered. The giant slows, squints. His face, half hidden under helmet and swagger, twists with offense. He has spent 40 days asking for a champion, and Israel has sent him a shepherd. He's insulted before the fight even starts. As you come nearer, the size of him becomes worse. Distance had been merciful. Up close, he is immense in all the practical ways that matter. Sweat runs under the bronze scales of his armor. The metal smells hot in the sun. Dust cakes his greaves. His skin is thick, darkened by weather and war. Scar tissue ridges along one forearm. His hands are huge, fingers wrapped around that monstrous spear. He breathes like a bellows. Every part of him says impact. His shield-bearer is still in front, carrying that broad shield, and looking, frankly, like a man who did not expect his employment to include this level of absurdity. Goliath begins to speak. No, not speak, bellow, curse, mock. He sees your youth, your lack of armor, your staff, and he reacts with all the dignity of a man whose ego has been slapped with a fish. "Am I a dog," he basically shouts, "that you come at me with sticks?" Sticks, plural. Your one staff has become, in his outrage, an entire category of disrespect. He curses you by his gods. He promises to feed your flesh to birds and wild animals, which is colorful. It's also the sort of thing huge armed men say when they've spent years getting their way. You answer back. This is maybe the wildest part, apart from the beheading later. You stand there as a teenager in a valley between armies and tell this giant in front of everyone that he comes with sword and spear and javelin, but you come in the name of the Lord. You say he's not going to win. You say the battle belongs to God. Your voice has to travel over bronze and distance and the sound of your own blood in your ears, but the words go out clear. Then the giant starts moving toward you, fast enough to matter. And you run. That detail is important. You do not stand there waiting politely for doom. You run toward the battle line, toward the giant, your feet hammering dirt, bag bouncing against your hip, one hand reaching for the stone. The valley narrows to heat, noise, movement. The armies on both hills vanish from your awareness. It's just you, the giant, the air between. The stone drops into the pouch. Your sling begins to turn. Once, twice, maybe more. Fast enough that the chords blur and the sound lifts into a hard insect hum. Your shoulder rotates. Your wrist controls the plane. Your whole body knows this motion. Years of lonely practice collapse into one clean sequence. This is what all those hills were for. All those stumps. All those shrubs. All those stupid little target marks no one cared about. Release. The stone leaves the sling at savage speed. There is no dramatic glowing trail. No slow-motion hovering miracle pebble. It just goes. A dense, smooth piece of creek rock launched hard enough to punch through the thin space between arrogance and anatomy. It strikes Goliath in the forehead. The sound is not elegant. A crack, a thud, a meaty, sick little impact noise that cuts through the shouting. The stone sinks in. The giant's face changes. Everything in his body keeps moving for one impossible instant, while the center of him has already been cancelled. Momentum carries him forward. His limbs fail all at once. He pitches down, face first into the dirt. The ground takes him with a heavy final slam. Silence hits the valley. Real silence. Not camp quiet. Not nervous waiting. The kind of stunned emptiness that follows a thing everyone thought impossible and just watched happen with their own eyes. Even the flies seem offended enough to pause. The giant does not get up. You do not have a sword. That becomes relevant immediately, so you keep running. You sprint to the fallen Philistine, the whole valley waking behind you in a wave of noise. Philistine lines start to break into confusion. Israelites start shouting with the cracked, disbelieving voices of men whose fear has suddenly turned into adrenaline. Dust rises. Somewhere a horn blasts. Somewhere else someone is already yelling contradictory orders no one will follow. You reach Goliath's body. Up close, fallen, he is still enormous. His blood is already darkening the dust around his head. The bronze armor smells hot and metallic. His fingers twitch once, or maybe your eyes invent it. You climb onto him, because there is no graceful way to finish this. He is too large to stand over neatly. You have to scramble. Then you take his sword. It is heavy. Heavier than expected, because of course this man's sword would also have ambitions. You wrench it free, grip awkwardly, lift with both hands if needed, all youth and urgency, and something beyond youth now. And in front of both armies, on a battlefield that still hasn't decided whether to breathe again, you bring Goliath's own blade down and cut off his head. There is blood, a lot of it. This is not a neat, heroic flourish. It is brutal, messy, physical, the sort of thing that stains your arms and gets into the dust and turns a teenager into a legend before he's had time to process what his morning became. 1 second, you were delivering cheese. The next, you are standing over a giant's corpse with his severed head in your grasp. Ancient life had absolutely no chill. That does it. The Philistines break. Whatever confidence held them together was apparently stored in one giant man's skull, and now that skull is no longer attached. Their line shudders, then collapses into panic. Men turn and run uphill toward Gath and Ekron. Shields are dropped. Weapons are abandoned. Formation dissolves into survival. The Israelites explode after them. 40 days of fear converts instantly into pursuit. Men who would not step forward an hour ago are now charging with swords raised, roaring like their courage had merely been delayed in transit. They stream down the slope and across the valley after the fleeing Philistines, cutting them down along the roads and passes. Dust clouds rise. The sound is chaos now, all shouting, footfalls, metal, screams, triumph, and the blunt, ugly business of war finally doing what war came to do. And you are in the middle of it. At some point, someone probably grabs the giant's weapons. At some point, men surround you, shouting, laughing, slapping your shoulders hard enough to count as assault. At some point, Saul's officers are demanding your name again, and your father's name too, because success always makes people suddenly interested in your paperwork. But before all that settles, there is still the image everyone will remember. You walking back with the head. Can you believe this scene? A teenage shepherd, maybe 17, dusty from the valley, adrenaline still blazing through his veins, carrying the severed head of a Philistine giant back toward camp while hardened soldiers stare. blood on your hands, hair stuck to your forehead, no crown, no polished armor, just raw victory and the smell of iron in the heat. You probably don't even feel the full weight of what happened yet. Shock is merciful that way. Back in the camp, everything has changed. Men crowd around to retell what they literally just watched, already improving the details with each breath. You hit him from farther away in one version. In another, the giant was even larger. Someone claims the stone went straight through bronze, which it did not, but no one is interested in realism now. Victory has arrived, and with it comes ancient sports commentary. Your brothers see you. Imagine Eliab's face. This morning, you were the younger sibling with lunch. By afternoon, you are the reason the army is singing. Whatever he says, if he says anything, it lands in a world that no longer fits his previous opinions. Abinadab and Shammah stare too. Your whole family just got promoted by one very public act of impossible courage. Also, somewhere back in Bethlehem, your father is still probably wondering whether you delivered the cheese before causing a geopolitical earthquake. Saul wants to know you better now. Naturally. When you are small and unproven, people ask why you're here. When you kill a giant, kings become deeply curious about your family background. You stand before Saul still streaked with battle, maybe with the sword nearby, maybe with attendants trying not to look directly at the head. Situation. The king asks whose son you are, Jesse's son, from Bethlehem. That answer matters now in a way it didn't yesterday. The camp that had reeked of fear all morning now reeks of victory, which is not actually better, just louder. Men are giddy. Wounded are being tended. Captured gear is piled high. Fires are stoked. Everyone wants a version of the story they can carry home and exaggerate responsibly. Somewhere, a musician has already begun turning this into lyrics, because human beings see one giant lose his head and immediately think, this needs a chorus. You are no longer invisible. That may be the strangest part. You woke up as the youngest son, useful and overlooked, running food to brothers who barely wanted your company. By sunset, people are saying your name with that sharpened tone used for men who have crossed from ordinary life into public memory. The valley itself seems different now. The ridges still stand. The brook still runs shallow over stones. The flies still insist on existence. But the air has shifted around you. The simplicity is gone. Before this day, your life had clear edges. Sheep, hills, songs, family duties, the private knowledge of your anointing, still hidden under routine. After this day, you belong partly to the story everyone else is telling. That is a dangerous thing, a flattering thing, a thing with teeth. But for now, in this moment, you are still just a boy with shaking muscles and dried blood on his skin. Your body is catching up to your courage. The crash comes in pieces. Hands start trembling after the danger passes. Your mouth goes dry. Your legs feel suddenly boneless. Noise around you blurs at the edges. This is what happens when fear waits politely until after the miracle. 1 minute, you're all momentum and certainty. The next, your whole nervous system scents a delayed complaint. Still, the image holds. The valley, the smooth stone, the giant down in the dirt. And you, standing there with the impossible made actual. Long after the shouting fades, long after the Philistines are chased back and the camp settles into the ugly, jubilant disorder of survival, people will remember the details. The giant's bronze, the spear like a beam, the absurdity of the king's armor hanging off you like borrowed furniture, the creak stones cool in your hand, the crack of the sling, the thud of a body too large to fall quietly. They will remember the head too, because ancient stories do not do tasteful understatement. And somewhere beneath all of that, under the cheers and horror and fresh fame, the boy from Bethlehem is still there. The shepherd who learned alone on a hillside that what looks small in the hand can still strike with terrifying force. The youngest son nobody called in until a prophet insisted. The one who knows how it feels to be overlooked, then chosen, then sent back out into obscurity until the exact day obscurity turns out to be training. By nightfall, your name is moving through the camp like fire through dry grass. By morning, it will move farther, and your life will never be simple again. The giant is dead. The crowd is cheering your name, and that is exactly when your problems really begin. At first, it feels fantastic. You're brought into Saul's orbit like a man who just won a contest he didn't realize came with permanent relocation. One day, you're sleeping outside with sheep and using a rock as a pillow. The next, you're in the royal court, where everything is polished, tense, and smells faintly of oil, wool, cooked meat, and people trying too hard not to offend anyone important. It is cleaner than the hills. It is not calmer. Saul keeps you near because victory is addictive. Your harp helps too. When the king's moods turn black and ugly, when something heavy settles over him and everyone around him starts moving like they're carrying glass bowls full of panic, you play. Your fingers know what to do before your thoughts do. Strings hum under your hands. The room softens. Saul breathes easier. Servants unclench one shoulder at a time. For a while, this arrangement almost looks normal. Almost. You're young, successful, and weirdly useful. The court likes winners. Women look twice. Soldiers slap your back. Officers start saying your name with approval instead of confusion. After years of being the extra son, the one assigned to livestock and weather, you are suddenly impossible to ignore. Then the songs begin. And wow, do the songs become a problem. You come back from battle one day, and the streets are packed. Tambourines rattle. Women dance. Dust kicks up around their feet. Somebody is singing loudly enough to peel bark off a tree. The rhythm catches. More voices join. It spreads through the crowd the way gossip always does, quick and delighted and completely uninterested in consequences. Saul has struck down his thousands, they sing. Fine, good, respectful. And David, his 10,000s. Not fine, not good, not remotely helpful. You don't even have time to enjoy the compliment before the air changes around Saul, like milk turning in the sun. He hears it. Of course he hears it. Kings always hear the one thing they least need to hear. You glance at him, and there it is in his face, that hardening, that stunned little flash of injury curdling into suspicion. Thousands for me. 10,000s for him. You can almost hear the thought forming. All that's left is the kingdom. From that moment on, the palace becomes one of those houses where everyone pretends dinner is normal, while one person at the table is clearly capable of stabbing someone with a serving utensil. You keep serving. You keep fighting Saul's battles. You keep playing music. But now, you can feel his eyes on you, measuring, resenting, wondering whether the boy with the harp and the giant's head is going to take everything. And now we arrive at the spears. You're in the house playing as before. Saul is seated nearby with a spear in his hand, because apparently in this court a loaded weapon counts as decorative furniture. The room smells of lamp smoke and wool and old sweat trapped inside expensive fabric. You're concentrating on the strings, trying to soothe the kind of mood that can infect an entire building. Then the king hurls a spear at your chest, just fully throws it. No warning, no royal announcement, no, I have concerns about your future ambitions. Just a spear coming at you with all the subtlety of a falling tree. You move. Pure reflex. Shepherd reflex. Battlefield reflex. The sort of body memory you get from years of sleeping lightly and not trusting large things with teeth. The spear slams into the wall behind you with a deep wooden thunk, vibrating there like the palace itself has developed homicidal opinions. You stare. Saul stares too. Nobody says anything useful. What exactly is the protocol for this? There probably isn't one. Your Majesty seems upset, feels inadequate when a spear is sticking out of the wall where your ribs used to be. Servants freeze. Musicians become suddenly interested in not existing. The room is full of that bright, horrible silence that follows an act no one can pretend not to have seen. And somehow, because ancient life had no respect for emotional boundaries, this happens again. Twice. You play. He rages. A spear flashes through the air. You dodge. It embeds in wood. It's less a workplace conflict and more the Bronze Age version of a failed HR process. At that point, even the furniture knows the king wants you dead. So yes, Saul fears you, but Saul's son loves you. Jonathan is not like the others around the court. He could have been. He has every reason. He is the king's son. He is the obvious heir. He should be the one men sing about. He should be the one stepping into glory while everyone else applauds politely and stays in their lane. Instead, he sees you clearly and without pettiness, which in a royal household is basically a miracle on par with manna. You meet and something in both of you settles. He knows what. Courage costs. You know what loneliness feels like. He's grown up in rooms full of strategy, tension, and expectation. You grew up on the hillsides talking to sheep and to God because nobody else was available. He knows how to carry rank. You know how to carry silence. Put those two kinds of men together at the right age, after the right battle, and the bond goes deep fast. Jonathan gives you his robe, then his armor, then his sword, his bow, his belt. It's not some casual closet clean out. It's the sort of gesture that makes the room stop breathing. Fine fabric in your hands, leather polished with oil, metal worked for a prince, the weight of another man's trust given freely. He is saying with actions what many men would never say aloud. You are my brother in all the ways that matter, and you love him for it. Not with the brittle politeness of court life, not with the shallow approval men trade when alliances are useful. With real warmth, real loyalty, the kind forged by hours together, by laughter when nobody else is around, by the relief of being known. You can talk with Jonathan. You can breathe with Jonathan. Around him, you are not the giant killer, not the king's favorite, not the king's threat. You are just yourself, and that turns out to be one of the rarest luxuries in your life. For a while, he stands between you and his father's rage, sometimes literally. Saul sends you out to fight because maybe the Philistines will solve his problem for him. That's the elegant version of murder. Give the troublesome young hero dangerous assignments and hope enemy arrows do the paperwork. But you keep succeeding, which is rude if you're trying to be conveniently dead. Every campaign only makes things worse. You come back with victories. Men rally to you. The army loves you. The people love you. Saul looks at your growing reputation the way a man looks at mold spreading across a wall he cannot stop. You marry into the family too, because apparently things were not chaotic enough. At first, Saul offers one daughter, then rearranges matters, because manipulation is his hobby now. Eventually, Michal, Saul's younger daughter, loves you. This should be good news. In another family, under another roof, maybe it would be. But in Saul's house, even romance arrives carrying a knife. Saul names the bride price, 100 Philistine foreskins. Yes, that is the dowry arrangement. No cattle, no silver, no bolts of dyed cloth. Just a request so revolting you have to stand there for a second and make sure everyone is serious. They are serious. Saul has found a way to turn marriage negotiations into a gore-based scavenger hunt. The hope, of course, is simple. You'll die trying. Instead, you come back with 200. Because apparently moderation is not part of your personality. The scene is appalling. The smell alone would qualify as a curse. Blood, leather, travel dust, sweat, and a bag of trophies. No one in the palace. Once opened near the dining area. You have overachieved in the most upsetting category available. Saul wanted you dead. What he gets is a son-in-law with double the requested evidence and the cheerful momentum of a man too young to realize how deranged his resume has become. So Michal becomes your wife. And for a brief, fragile stretch, life gives you pockets of warmth. Jonathan's friendship, Michal's love, victories in battle, music in the court, meals with people who know your name before you have to explain whose son you are. It almost feels like maybe the road from Bethlehem is leading somewhere clear. It isn't. The hatred in Saul does not cool. It ferments. One day, Jonathan goes to his father and speaks well of you, because that's what true friends do even when it costs them. He reminds Saul what you've done, how you risked your life, how your victories helped Israel, how killing you would be innocent blood and rank stupidity besides. For a moment, Saul relents. He swears you will not die. That lasts about as long as fruit left in the sun. Another war breaks out. You go fight. You win again. You return. The dark mood falls on Saul again. There's the harp. There's the spear. There's the wall. There's you escaping with your life by inches, while the king spirals into that ugly place where love and fear and envy have become one choking knot. You run home. Michal sees the danger before anyone else can make speeches about it. Saul sends men to watch the house and kill you in the morning. Very domestic, very festive. You can feel the trap closing even inside your own rooms. Oil lamps smoke in the corners. Night air creeps through the shutters. Outside, men wait in the dark with weapons and patience. Inside, your wife starts thinking faster than everyone. She gets you out through a window. That's how one of Israel's future kings spends his evening. Not on a throne. Not in armor. Climbing out of his own house, like a burglar in reverse while his wife covers for him with household props. She puts an idol in the bed, covers it with garments, adds goat hair near the head, so in the dim light it looks like a sick man resting. It is the ancient Near Eastern version of stuffing pillows under a blanket and praying the babysitter doesn't check too closely. The messengers come. Michal says you're ill. Saul sends them back in, furious, and they find the dummy. At this point, everyone involved should have taken a long walk and reevaluated their lives. But there's no time for that. You flee to Samuel. Then Saul comes after you there too, because obsession does not take Sabbath days. The old prophet is still alive, and for a moment being near him feels like stepping back under something solid, something that existed before spears and songs and bridal gore quotas. But even that refuge cannot hold forever, so you run again. This becomes your life now, not a week of danger, not one dramatic escape, years of always listening for footsteps, years of sleeping with your body half alert, one hand near a knife, the other tucked under your head because the ground is hard and your options are limited. Years of eating whatever can be found, traded, taken or begged. Bread gone stale, parched grain, dried figs, goat cheese with the texture of damp plaster, water from skins that taste faintly of leather, mildew, and every previous thing ever carried in them. The glamour is really taking a beating. You and Jonathan meet in secret. That part hurts. He comes out to the field with a servant boy and arrows, because when your life has become too dangerous for direct conversation, apparently you communicate through archery. You hide nearby while he and the boy go through the signals you arranged. Arrows shot beyond. Words spoken aloud for the servant's benefit, but aimed at your heart. The message is bad. Saul means to kill you. Not maybe. Not on a difficult day. Not if his mood worsens. He means it. After the boy leaves, you and Jonathan come together, and the grief is immediate. You fall on each other's necks and weep. Dust on your knees, dry grass scratching your ankles, wind moving over the field. Two young men trying to say goodbye while the world around them insists on turning love into risk. Jonathan makes covenant with you again. Loyalty spoken while danger presses close. He asks you to remember him, to show kindness to his house when power changes hands someday. Someday. That word lands strangely because right now someday looks very far away. You kiss him, you part, and from then on the ache of his absence becomes one of the things you carry everywhere. So you head toward Nowhere Stable. One stop is Nob, where the priests are. You arrive hungry, alone-looking, though not alone in truth, because desperation is beginning to gather followers. The priest trembles when he sees you. That is not a good sign. People do not tremble at your arrival unless politics has gone rancid. You ask for bread. There is no ordinary bread on hand, only the consecrated bread. You eat it anyway because starving men are not helped by ceremonial menu restrictions. Then you ask for a weapon. Doeg the Edomite is there, watching. You notice him. You remember him later with nausea. The priest brings out a sword wrapped in cloth behind the ephod. Goliath's sword. Of course it is. Apparently your life has decided all props must be symbolic now. You killed the giant with his own blade, and now years later that same oversized hunk of metal is what you carry as a fugitive. You take it. There is none like it, you say, which is true in several unfortunate ways. It's heavy, famous, and excellent for reminding everyone around you that your life used to be simpler when your problems were merely enormous Philistines. But the visit to Nob has consequences. Saul hears that the priests helped you, and his fury spills onto them with sickening force. He orders them killed. His own servants refuse, because there are still lines some men won't cross. Doeg crosses them eagerly. Priests die. Nob is slaughtered. Men, women, children, animals. A whole town crushed because it offered you bread and a blade. And now the guilt starts sticking to you too. That's one of the foul little side effects of being hunted by a king. People who help you get dragged under. Shelter becomes dangerous. Loyalty becomes expensive. Even kindness can get whole households wiped out. One priest escapes, Abiathar, and joins you, carrying the horror with him. You tell him what you already know in your bones. This happened because of you being there, because Saul wants you so badly that everyone near you starts glowing like a target. You gather broken people now. That happens at the cave of Adullam. You would think a future king's headquarters might involve walls, banners, maybe a decent roof. Instead, it's a cave, damp stone, bat droppings, stale air, uneven ground that destroys your back and your optimism together. Water drips somewhere in the dark with the smug rhythm of a place that has all the time in the world. The smell is a rich blend of wet limestone, unwashed men, smoke that never fully escapes, and whatever died in some crevice 3 days ago. This is where your little kingdom starts. Your brothers come down to you there, which says a lot. So does your father's whole household. The family that once forgot to call you in from the fields now huddles in cave shadows because being related to you has become hazardous. Then more people arrive. The distressed, the indebted, the bitter, men in trouble, men who owe money, men wanted for one thing or another, men whose lives have slipped sideways and who look at your outlaw camp and think, yes, this seems like my kind of management structure. About 400 of them. Can you believe the onboarding process? You are now captain of the emotionally unstable. They sit around cave fires with patched cloaks and scarred hands, picking at dried meat, muttering through grudges, sharpening knives on stone. One has a bad cough. One talks too much. One snores like an ox with a head injury. Another definitely stole that belt from somebody more successful. They are not polished troops. They are not a royal guard. They are the human contents of a cracked jar, and somehow they become yours. You lead them because there is no one else. Days blur into harsh routines. Move before dawn. Watch ridgelines. Count heads. Check weapons. Send scouts. Sleep where you can. Wake at every sound. The wilderness is all chalk ridges, scrub oak, thornbush, wadis, loose stones, and wind that gets under your clothes and into your teeth. Summer bakes everything until the ground itself seems irritated. Night drops cold enough to bite. Sand grits in your bread. Smoke clings to your beard. Your cloak always smells like old campfire and fear. Privacy is gone. Personal space is a fantasy. Every conversation risks being your last useful one before someone spots Saul's men. At one point, you stash your parents in Moab for safety, because even fugitives occasionally need a childcare solution for aging family members. Then you're back in the wild, moving from stronghold to forest, from forest to cliff country, from cliff country to caves. Saul keeps coming. 3,000 chosen men at times, which is an incredibly rude amount of attention to devote to one former harpist. You save Keilah from Philistines, because even while hunted, you still do kingly things for people who need help. You rescue the town. You probably think for one hopeful minute that gratitude might be a shelter. It is not. The people of Keilah will hand you over if Saul comes. Good to know. That's another lesson the wilderness teaches. Need and loyalty are not always roommates. People may love what you do for them, right up until helping you becomes inconvenient. Then suddenly, everyone develops a very practical face and starts discussing surrender options. So you leave before Saul arrives, because surviving often means not waiting around to find out whether kindness will be repaid with betrayal. Jonathan finds you once more in the wilderness at Horesh. Those meetings become sacred because they are so rare. No court noise, no servants, no song girls in the street. Just trees, dust, the dry smell of leaves and bark, and your friends standing in front of you while danger circles close. He strengthens your hand. He tells you you'll be king, and his father knows it too. He says he'll be next to you. That promise is beautiful. It is also unbearable because you can already feel how fragile the world is. You part again. This time, it is the last time. Saul nearly catches you in the wilderness of Ziph. Men there betray your location because apparently some communities hear future king on the run and think, wonderful, let us make this our business. You and your men are on one side of a mountain, Saul and his men on the other, closing in. You can almost feel the net tightening, rock under your sandals, breath burning in your chest. Men glancing at one another with that look that says, well, this may be the day. Then a messenger comes to Saul. Philistines have raided the land. For once, your enemies become your accidental travel agency. Saul has to break off pursuit and go deal with them. You live because another crisis cuts in at the exact moment your own reaches the throat. Out here, that counts as mercy. And now we arrive at the cave with the robe. Saul comes into the wilderness of En-Gedi with 3,000 men to look for you among the wild goats. En-Gedi is beautiful in the way places are when they're also trying to kill you. Harsh cliffs dropping down towards the Dead Sea, pale rock, narrow paths, dry heat beating off the stone. Then, all at once, hidden springs, green patches, water slipping over rock where you least expect it. Goats cling to ledges like they signed a contract with gravity's enemy. You and your men are deep inside a cave when Saul enters. Not to search, to relieve himself. Yes. The king of Israel wanders into your hiding place to use the cave as a bathroom. Ancient history refuses to act dignified for even 5 minutes. There you are in the dark, pressed back into stone with your men around you, the cave cool and rank with damp earth and old droppings. Saul comes in from the blazing sunlight, probably blinking, probably grateful for shade, completely unaware that the man he has spent years hunting is crouched 10 feet behind him with every reason in the world to end this whole nightmare in one stroke. Your men can barely contain themselves. This is the day, they whisper. Of course they do. From their point of view, the thing has been gift-wrapped by Providence and delivered straight into your lap while squatting. Kill him. One thrust. No more running, no more caves, no more men starving in ravines because a jealous king keeps losing his mind. It would be easy. Almost laughably easy. One clean move and history changes in a dark cave that smells like limestone, sweat, and the king's terrible timing. You creep forward. Your hand has a blade. Your breathing is shallow. You can hear Saul close enough to know exactly where he is. The hem of his robe pools near the ground. Rich fabric, royal cloth. The man who threw spears at you. The man who murdered priests. The man whose paranoia has turned your life into a permanent emergency. You cut off a corner of his robe. That's all. Then your heart strikes you for even that. Because for all Saul's madness, he is still the king, still the Lord's anointed, and something in you recoils from solving your future with murder. Restraint in a cave is harder than bravery in a valley. Bravery can ride adrenaline. Restraint has to stand there and deny every screaming practical reason to act. Your men are furious, confused, amazed. You stop them from killing Saul too. Then Saul leaves the cave, zips history back up, and walks out unaware. Only after there is distance between you do you follow and call out. You bow low. Saul turns. The wind moves through the gorge. Your voice bounces off stone. You hold up the torn corner of his robe and show him what you chose not to do. The evidence dangles in your hand, small piece of cloth, huge piece of meaning. I was close enough. I spared you. It is political genius wrapped in moral restraint. You prove your loyalty and your innocence at once. You expose his madness without touching his throat. Saul sees the robe corner and breaks. He weeps. He calls you more righteous than himself. He admits you will be king. It is a moving scene. It changes almost nothing. Because that is the exhausting part. A breakthrough is not the end. Saul goes home. You remain wary. The chase pauses, then resumes in one form or another, because unstable men can cry sincerely in the afternoon and still wake dangerous tomorrow. More wilderness, more dust, more waiting. Another time Saul camps on a hill with his army around him. You and Abishai slip into the camp by night. Think about the nerve required. Thousands of sleeping soldiers, spears stuck in the ground by heads, cloaks lumped on the earth, embers faint in the dark. The smell of men asleep outside for too long, mixed with cold ash, leather, stale breath, and the sour perfume of military feet. Somewhere a mule shifts. Somewhere someone snores wetly. The moon gives just enough light to make everything look haunted. Saul is there in the center, asleep. His spear is by his head, because apparently the man likes to keep symbols of attempted murder close at all times. Abishai whispers what every practical person is thinking. Let him pin Saul to the earth with one thrust. No second strike needed. Efficient. Final. Honestly, many listeners would approve at this point. You say no. Again. Instead, you take the spear and the water jar from beside Saul's head. That's it. You walk out with proof. Dawn comes. You call from a safe distance. Wake everybody up. Hold up the spear. Hold up the jar. Explain to the king and his men that his bodyguards are terrible at their jobs and that you once more had full opportunity to kill him and did not. Saul answers with tears and confession again. Again. By now, the emotional whiplash could snap a camel in half. And still you are tired. Bone tired, soul tired. Tired of being noble while someone else keeps trying to murder you. Tired of trusting that one more spared life will somehow bring peace. Tired of caves and speeches and near misses. Tired enough that eventually you think the unthinkable. Maybe the safest place from Saul is with the Philistines. So, you go. Yes, really. The slayer of Goliath, carrying years of scars and dust, and his little outlaw company goes over to Israel's enemies because home has become more dangerous than exile. Before that, though, there's Gath. And Gath is awkward because Goliath was from Gath. People there have memories. They have probably not forgotten the time you introduced yourself to their hometown champion with a projectile and a decapitation. At one point, you are recognized. Servants of the Philistine king look at you and say, "Isn't this David, the one from the songs, the one with the 10,000s?" Which must be deeply annoying. You cannot even flee internationally without your old chart-topping single following you around. Fear grabs you hard, so you do something desperate and brilliant and profoundly undignified. You pretend to be insane, not mildly eccentric, fully gone. You scratch on the doors. You let spit run down your beard. You babble. You drool. Beard drool, by the way, is an absolutely foul sensation. Warm saliva soaking into facial hair, drying sticky in the dust, collecting grit and food smells, and your remaining dignity all at once. You become the human equivalent of a warning sign. The king of Gath looks at you in exasperation. "Do I lack madmen?" he basically says, "that you bring me this one?" Which is a very funny thing for a king to ask, and an even worse thing to be. But it works. You survive by making yourself repulsive enough to dismiss. Sit with that for a second. The boy anointed in Bethlehem, the giant killer of Elah, the harpist in the royal court, Jonathan's beloved friend, Michal's husband, the man spared and hunted and almost crowned by rumor. And now you are scratching doors and drooling into your beard, so foreigners will think you are too broken to bother killing. This is what the middle years feel like. Not one clean rise from obscurity to throne. A mess. A decades-long emergency made of dust, loyalty, fear, improvisation, hunger, and restraint. You spend your best young years in motion, never settled, always becoming, and never arriving. The promise over your life does not protect you from caves. It sends you into them. The oil on your head from long ago has not become a crown. It has become a target. Still, you keep moving. You bury friends. You gather followers. You learn which men can be trusted in the dark. You learn how much a hungry band can endure. You learn that mercy can make you look weak to impatient men and stronger to history. You learn how loud your own thoughts become when all you have is wilderness and time. You learn that being chosen is not the same thing as being comfortable. And somewhere in all that running, a king is being formed. Not the golden king dancing in Jerusalem yet. Not the broken king on the palace roof either. This one. The cave king, the dust king, the man who knows the smell of fear in enclosed spaces, the man who can sleep on stone and wake at a footstep, the man who has been offered shortcuts to power with a blade and refused them both times, the man who knows what it is to be loved deeply by one friend, saved cleverly by one wife, hunted endlessly by one king, and followed by 400 men whose lives smell like smoke, sweat, and bad decisions. Years pass like this. The beard gets thicker, the face harder, the songs in your chest deepen. You are no longer the boy who ran toward Goliath with one smooth stone and a pulse full of fire. You are becoming someone stranger and sadder and more dangerous. A man stretched by waiting. A man sharpened by not taking what he could have taken. A man living on the far side of fairness. The wilderness keeps its receipts. It takes comfort, certainty, youth, and the illusion that your life will move in straight lines. But it leaves something else. Nerve, patience, a terrible endurance. And somewhere out in the scrub and caves, with Saul, still raging, and your future still unfinished, the story keeps moving through the dust. 3 days pass. Nothing improves. Then word comes from the north, hot and ragged and dust-covered, the sort of news that reaches camp before the messenger fully does. Mount Gilboa. Battle, disaster, Israel broken, Saul dead, Jonathan too. For a second, your body does not know which grief to pick up first. The Amalekite who arrives looks like he's been rolled downhill through ash and panic. Clothes torn, dirt on his head, eyes bright with that awful mix of fear and opportunism. He kneels. He tells his version of the story, and you can smell the battlefield still clinging to him. Blood gone metallic in the sun, leather soaked with sweat, smoke, churned earth, and the sickly, sweet edge of death that hangs over places where too many men stopped breathing at once. He thinks this is good news. That is his first mistake. He tells you Saul leaned on his spear. He tells you he finished him. He holds out the crown and the armlet like a man expecting applause, or at least a decent tip. The king who hunted you for years is dead, and this idiot strolls in like a courier with a gift basket. You stare at the crown. You stare at the armlet. Then at him. All those years in caves, all those nights listening for footsteps, all those spears, all those escapes, all those times you could have solved your problem with one blade stroke and didn't. And now this stranger stands there panting proudly over the body of the Lord's anointed, expecting you to be thrilled because he thinks your life is one simple revenge fantasy. It is not. You ask him again what he did. He repeats it. That is his second mistake. You tear your clothes. The men with you tear theirs too. Nobody eats. Nobody says anything useful. The day goes hollow. You mourn Saul. You mourn Jonathan. You mourn the army. You mourn the men of Israel fallen by the sword on those slopes. Grief sits in the camp like heavy weather. The light goes dim even before evening does. And then you deal with the Amalekite. He says he killed Saul. Maybe he did. Maybe he lied because he thought this would play well. Either way, he has walked into your camp bragging about striking down the king. So you have him put to death. It is swift, brutal, final. His body hits the ground, and the crown he thought would buy him favor lies nearby like a piece of metal too tired to shine. And now we arrive at the song. You take your grief and turn it into words, because that has always been one of the only ways you survive anything. The lament comes out of you raw and clean and terrible. No cheap triumph. No, finally that lunatic is gone. No chest thumping about destiny fulfilled. Just sorrow. How the mighty have fallen. You say not to let it be told in Gath. Not in Ashkelon either. You don't want Philistine daughters laughing in the streets, tambourines clacking while Israel bleeds. You speak to mountains as if they can hear. Mountains of Gilboa, let there be no dew, no rain upon you. A battlefield curse. Let the place itself stay dry in shame. Let the dirt remember. You praise Saul too. That part would make lesser men choke, but not you. You remember him as he was when glory still fit him. Strong in battle, beautiful in kingly ways, clothed Israel in scarlet, put ornaments of gold on their garments. Grief is rude like that. It drags the whole person into the room, not just the worst parts. Even a man who hurled spears at your ribs can be mourned for the strength he once carried, before envy turned him rotten. And Jonathan. Oh, Jonathan. That line comes softer and cuts deeper. I am distressed for you, my brother Jonathan. You say his love was wonderful, more wonderful than the love of women. And there it is, plain as daylight, no attempt to thin it out or make it polite. The friend who gave you his robe, the friend who stood between you and his father's rage, the friend you met in fields and forests, and once under trees for the last time without knowing it would be the last time. Gone. No more secret meetings, no more arrows signaling danger. No more one person in Saul's house who felt like safety. The mighty have fallen, you sing, and the words keep falling with them. For a while, you just live in that grief. The camp stinks of men who have cried in the same clothes for 2 days. Salt tracks on dusty faces, cloaks sour with sweat, fires burning low. Everybody eating because bodies insist on it. Not because anyone wants to. Even victory tastes like ashes when the wrong people die to make room for it. But the dead are buried, and the living still need somewhere to stand. So you go up to Hebron, not to the whole kingdom. Not yet, just Judah. Hebron is old and stony and serious, sitting up in the hill country like a place that has seen generations of men swagger in and be humbled by weather. The air is thinner there, cooler at night. The streets are narrow, houses crowd, close with rough stone walls and flat roofs, and everything smells like goats, grain, olive pressings, wood smoke, and the kind of communal humanity produced when everybody lives on top of everybody else, and bathing is more aspiration than routine. The men of Judah anoint you king there. At last, oil on your head again, this time in public. This time with witnesses, with elders, with actual recognition. No more teenage shepherd getting surprise salon treatment from a prophet while your brothers blink. You are king of one tribe. It's something. It is not everything. Saul's surviving son, Ishbosheth, is raised up in the north. Abner, Saul's commander, does the heavy lifting for him. So now the land has two kings, which is about as relaxing as having two roosters in one courtyard and expecting peace. Judah follows you. The northern tribes follow Saul's house. Everyone is armed. Everyone is touchy. Everybody remembers old loyalties, old insults, old graves. 7.5 years crawl by like this. You reign from Hebron while the kingdom does that awkward, dangerous, half-split thing where no one wants to admit civil war is underway because it sounds bad at dinner, but men keep dying. One side grows stronger, one side weakens. There are negotiations, defections, blood feuds, revenge killings, and enough political whiplash to make a donkey seasick. You get wives in Hebron, several. Ancient kings collect marriages the way rich men collect expensive problems, and these become exactly that. Ahinoam, Abigail, Maacah, Haggith, Abital, Eglah. Sons are born too. The house gets busy fast. Courtyards full of women, servants, children, jars, grinding stones, woven cloth, arguments over storage, arguments over sleeping arrangements, and the endless domestic soundtrack of babies howling as if personally offended by existence. Royal life sounds glamorous until you hear 6 children under 10. In a stone courtyard before sunrise. Then there's Abner. Abner is one of those men built entirely out of command voice and shoulder width. A military fixer. The kind of person who walks into a room and all the cups seem to stand up straighter. He props up Ishbosheth's shaky reign for years, but eventually the relationship rots. There's a quarrel over a concubine, because of course there is. Ancient palace politics cannot make a single decision without dragging somebody's sleeping arrangements into it. Abner gets insulted. This turns out to be a strategic error. He decides to bring the kingdom over to you. Just like that, the whole north suddenly wobbles within reach because one powerful man got tired of being spoken to like a servant. Armies have died for less. He comes to make terms. He eats at your table. Meat, bread, wine, oil lamps flickering, men speaking carefully while old hostilities sit under the furniture and eavesdrop. It almost works. Then Joab ruins the mood by murdering Abner. Joab, your commander, is very good at war and very bad at not taking revenge personally. He kills Abner over blood guilt for his brother Asahel. Not in battle. Not cleanly. He lures him aside and stabs him in the stomach. A nice little administrative nightmare right when the kingdom is inching toward peace. You are furious. Publicly, loudly, and with good reason. You make everyone know you had no part in it. You curse Joab's house with a list of miseries so specific, it sounds like you're filling out the world's angriest warranty form. Men with discharge, men with skin disease, men who lean on crutches, men who die by the sword, men who lack bread. It's a curse built from all the ugliest things daily life can offer. You mourn Abner properly. You walk behind his bier. You weep at the grave. You fast. The people see it. They notice. That matters. In a kingdom stitched together from grudges, public grief can do more than 100 speeches. Little by little, hearts soften toward you. Little by little, Saul's house weakens. Then Ishbosheth is murdered too. 2 captains kill him in his bed at midday while he's resting. Apparently, no one in this story is allowed one peaceful nap. They cut off his head and bring it to you, expecting rewards. This keeps happening to you, by the way. Men murder somebody and then show up beaming like they just brought you flowers. It's less a trend and more a recurring character flaw in everyone around you. You do not reward them. You have them executed for killing a righteous man in his own house on his bed. His head is buried in Abner's tomb. The message is clear by now. If you want to impress David, maybe do not arrive carrying body parts. Eventually, the elders of all Israel come to Hebron. You can feel the difference before anyone speaks. More men, more tribes, more age in the room. Weathered faces, white beards, scarred hands, old eyes that have seen judges rise and fall. Saul's reign start and end. Philistines raid. Harvests fail. Sons buried. Promises delayed. These are not boys looking for excitement. They are old men looking for stability before they die. They say what everyone has known for a long time. You were the one leading Israel out and bringing them in even when Saul was king. You were already doing the job before the title caught up. So they make covenant with you at Hebron. Oil again, hands on your shoulders, words spoken in the hearing of tribes. And at last, you are king over all Israel. It has taken years, blood, waiting, humiliation, restraint in caves, the deaths of men you loved. A kingdom does not descend neatly onto your head like a festival garland. It arrives muddy, late, and carrying invoices. So you look around for a capital. Hebron won't do. It's too tied to Judah, too southern, too tribal. You need somewhere that doesn't belong. Too much to anybody, which in politics is the nearest thing to a miracle. And there, on a ridge between things, sits Jerusalem. At this point, it is not the city people imagine later. It's small, tiny, really. Maybe 11 acres, jammed onto a narrow spur with steep valleys on either side. You can walk it quickly if no one stops you to discuss drainage. Stone houses cling together. Terraces step down the slopes. There's a spring nearby, precious as treasure, because in this climate, water is always one bad season away from becoming everybody's personality. The Jebusites hold it, and they think they're secure. They mock you from the walls. The stronghold looks difficult. The slopes are sharp. The fortifications are solid enough to make assault unpleasant. The defenders get cocky, saying even the blind and the lame could keep you out. Ancient trash talk. Classic. Never a good idea right before David gets interested. You take the city. Whether by scaling the water shaft, finding a weakness, or using one of those tactics that makes engineers smug for centuries afterward, you crack it open. The stronghold falls. The Jebusites lose their little perch. And suddenly, you have what you need. A fresh capital, not claimed by north or south. A city you can shape around the kingdom instead of squeezing the kingdom into old tribal furniture. You call it the City of David. Which, yes, sounds a little like naming a condo development after yourself, but in fairness, you did conquer it. And now you start building. Stone by stone, wall by wall, terrace by terrace, the place changes under your hands. Workers haul timber and stone. Hammers ring. Donkeys grunt under loads. Dust coats everybody's teeth. Sawed cedar from Tyre arrives with that sharp, resinous smell so pleasant it almost distracts from the omnipresent background notes of dung, sweat, hot plaster, and crowded urban living. Jerusalem grows, not into a giant city overnight, into a nerve center, a place where the king lives, where administration happens, where messengers come and go, where scribes sit hunched over records while flies inspect their ink with appalling enthusiasm. Soldiers pass through the gates, elders gather, petitioners wait, traders arrive with oil, wine, grain, cloth, livestock, gossip, and diseases no one has named yet, but everyone politely pretends are a skin irritation. You build a palace with help from Hiram, king of Tyre. Now this is different. Cedar beams, skilled craftsmen, better materials than the rough hill country stuff you grew up with. The smell alone tells you you've crossed into another level of life. Cedar, fresh cut and rich, new plaster, worked stone warming in the sun, polished wood instead of smoke-blackened rafters. It's not luxury by modern standards, but after caves and fugitive camps, it may as well be a resort with complimentary sandals. You stand in it and know the kingdom is taking shape. Enemies still exist. They always do. The Philistines hear you've been anointed over all Israel and immediately show up because apparently they too enjoy terrible timing. They spread out in the Valley of Elah. You go out, you ask God, you attack, you win. They come again, you ask again. This time the instructions differ. Circle around, wait for the sound in the tops of the balsam trees. Move then. So you do. There are battles, ambushes, sweating soldiers, shields slick in the hand, horses snorting, dust in the nostrils, bronze clanging like a blacksmith shop thrown down a hill. The Philistines break. Their idols get left behind like abandoned luggage after a very bad festival. You burn them. The kingdom holds. And now, at the very center of it all, there is an absence. The ark. That old gold-covered chest with the cherubim over it, the sign of God's presence among the people, has been sitting elsewhere too long. You have a capital now, a palace, a kingdom that finally feels stitched together. But the ark is not yet in Jerusalem. The heart of worship is still out there, and you want it brought in. This is where things get strange and holy and deeply stressful. You gather 30,000 chosen men. There is celebration in the air before the procession even starts. Music, expectation, new cart, oxen, dust rising from the road under thousands of feet, men shouting, instruments clattering together in a joyful racket that sounds less like polished liturgy and more like a family reunion where someone brought symbols and no one established rules. The ark is set on the cart. Uzzah and Ahio guide it. Everyone is excited. This turns out to be a dangerous amount of confidence. The oxen stumble near the threshing floor. Maybe the ground shifts. Maybe one beast lurches sideways because flies have been biting its eyes for 3 miles, and it has had enough of this whole parade. The cart jolts. The ark tilts. Uzzah reaches out to steady it. And he dies, just like that. One moment noise and music and celebration. The next, a body on the ground. Dust puffing around him, mouth open, eyes empty. The music dies harder than he did. Men freeze. Oxen snort. Someone drops an instrument. The air goes cold, even in the heat. Nobody wants to be nearest the ark anymore. That's the part people don't embroider on decorative pillows. Holy things are not tame. You can't just strap the presence of God to a cart like moving day and expect no consequences. The joy drains out of the procession all at once, replaced by fear sharp enough to taste. Bitter, metallic, like blood at the back of your tongue. You are angry. You are afraid. You do not bring the ark into Jerusalem that day. Instead, it goes to the house of Obed-Edom, the Gittite. Parked there, if one may use such an alarmingly casual word, like the most sacred object in Israel just needed temporary storage, while everyone recalibrated their theology and changed their underclothes. 3 months pass. Obed-Edom's household is blessed. No one drops dead. This helps. It becomes clear that the problem was not the ark existing. The problem was handling it like freight. So you prepare again, and this time there is more reverence, more care, more, perhaps let us not improvise around the dangerous glory of God. The Levites bear the ark properly, and now the procession begins for real. Jerusalem is waiting. You can smell the city before you see all of it. Cooking fires, fresh bread, sheep somewhere too close to human housing, which is to say the normal distance, crushed herbs under sandals, dust, hot stone, human sweat in festival quantities, garments aired out too late, oil on skin, wine already uncorked in hopeful anticipation. Crowds line the route, children wriggle between adults' legs, old men lean on staffs, women stand on roofs or peer from doorways. Somebody has definitely brought a goat they should not have brought. Musicians tune and retune while the whole city hums like a pot about to boil over. The ark comes forward. Every 6 steps, sacrifices. The logistics are absurd. 6 steps. Stop. Slaughter. Blood dark on the ground. Smoke. Fat crackling. Priests working with practiced hands. The coppery smell of fresh sacrifice rising into air already thick with dust and heat. Then 6 more steps. Stop. Repeat. It is reverence with a trail of carcasses and choreography. Slow does not begin to cover it, but nobody is hurrying now, not after Uzzah. You are dressed in a linen ephod, which sounds respectable until you realize what it amounts to in practical terms. It is not full royal regalia. It is not armor. It is not a flowing kingly robe with dramatic hem movement. It is basically a priestly garment that leaves an awful lot of leg and dignity to open interpretation. In modern language, the king of Israel is processing through the city in ceremonial underwear. And then you start dancing. Not a polite sway. Not one solemn shuffle suitable for official portraits. You leap, you whirl. You throw your whole body into it like a man who has spent too many years in caves and battlefields to care one breath for decorum now that joy has finally broken loose. Sweat runs down your neck. Linen clings. Dust coats your feet. The music pounds around you. Lyres and harps and tambourines and castanets and cymbals, all of it loud enough to rattle olives off a table. You dance before the Lord with all your might. That phrase matters because this is not performative. You are not campaigning. You are not trying to look mystical for the crowd. You are overwhelmed. The ark is coming home. Jerusalem is becoming more than a fortified ridge with an address problem. The kingdom is united. The presence of God is entering the city. After years of being hunted, after grief and waiting and war, something in you breaks open into pure gladness. So yes, you look ridiculous, magnificently ridiculous. The king is out in the streets springing around in a linen ephod, while musicians blast away and sacrificial smoke rolls through the alleys. It is half parade, half worship service, half public loss of composure. That is 3 halves, but no one is counting accurately today. The people love it. They shout. They sing. They laugh with joy, not mockery. There's a contagious quality to unembarrassed delight. One man dancing like he no longer fears anyone's opinion can pull a whole city into freedom for an hour. Even the most reserved elders start looking suspiciously close to smiling. The ark enters the tent you have pitched for it. Offerings are made. Burnt offerings, peace offerings, blessing over the people. The smell is enormous now. Roasting meat, blood, ash, incense, hot fabric, trampled earth, and the sweet edge of celebration food already being handed out. You bless the people in the name of the Lord. Every man and woman gets a portion of bread, meat, and raisin cake. It is statecraft by picnic, religion by catered distribution. Nobody goes home hungry. That helps national morale more than many kings realize. For a few shining hours, everything feels right. The city has a center. The tribes have a king. The king is joyful. God's ark is in Jerusalem. The people are fed. Music still rings off the stone. Smoke drifts upward. The late sun catches rooftops in gold. Even the dust seems festive, which is frankly its best possible version. But not everyone is delighted. Michal watches from a window. Saul's daughter, your wife, the woman who once saved your life with a household dummy and a quick mind. She sees you leaping and dancing before the ark, sees the linen ephod, sees the king exposing himself to the eyes of servant girls in the streets, and contempt curdles inside her. You can picture her face. Still, tight. That particular upper-class horror reserved for moments when someone with status behaves like a person. She grew up in Saul's court, where kingship meant distance, height, weaponized dignity, the whole polished package. A king does not fling himself around in public like a delighted stable boy. A king remains elevated, controlled, draped properly. A king does not appear one wardrobe malfunction away from scandal. You come home to bless your household, and wow, does that not go well. Michal meets you with words sharp enough to skin an animal. "How the king of Israel honored himself today," she says, dripping acid from every syllable, talking about your uncovering yourself before servant girls like one of the vulgar fellows shamelessly uncovering himself. It's not just criticism, it's disgust. She's embarrassed by your joy, mortified by your freedom. She looks at the dancing and sees not worship but loss of class. You answer with heat. "Before the Lord," you say. "Before the one who chose you above her father and all his house." That line lands like thrown pottery. You say you will celebrate before the Lord. You say you will make yourself even more contemptible than this, even more low in your own eyes. And by the servant girls she mentioned, you will be held in honor. In other words, I do not care if royal dignity gets grass stains. I was dancing for God, not for your approval. It is a marital dispute with theological shrapnel, and there is no soft resolution. Michal remains cut off, bitter, childless. The house has one more fracture in it now, hidden under the public glow. That is how collapse often begins, by the way. Not with one giant visible crack, but with little lines of strain spreading under the paint while everybody outside is still complimenting the architecture. Still, for now, the golden years are real. You sit in your cedar house and look out over Jerusalem. The city is still small enough to hear from one end to the other if someone starts shouting with conviction. The ridge catches the evening wind. Lamps prick the dusk. Somewhere bread is baking. Somewhere a baby is screaming like a tiny prophet of doom. Somewhere a donkey objects to burden, existence, and probably theology. And you are king. Not pretending, not waiting, not hiding in caves with damp walls and men who smell like old leather and unresolved trauma. King. You have enemies under your feet, tribute coming in, renown spreading, victories stacked behind you, a capital city, a palace of cedar, the Ark in Jerusalem, songs in your mouth, dancers in the streets, priests at their work, the people mostly for you. Even your mistakes at this stage still look survivable. This is David at full strength. Warrior, yes. Poet, yes. Administrator, yes. Worshipper in public with his dignity flapping in the breeze, also, yes. There is a sweetness to this season, the kind that comes only after long deprivation. A former fugitive knows how to enjoy a locked door that keeps enemies out. A man who slept. On stone notices cedar beams. A king who once cut a robe corner in a cave understands what it means to stand in a city of his own and not fear footsteps behind him. You start dreaming bigger too. You look at your house of cedar and think about the ark dwelling in a tent. That seems backwards. The king in a permanent house, the presence of God under fabric. So the desire rises in you to build a house for God, a temple, something worthy, fixed, glorious. The prophet Nathan comes first with approval. Good idea. Build. Then that night, the word changes. No, not you. You have been taken from pasture to prince, from sheep to scepter. You have gone wherever God sent you. Enemies have been cut off before you. Your name will be made great. A house will be made for you instead, not the cedar kind, but the dynasty kind. Your son will build the house. Your throne will be established. Your line will endure. You go and sit before the Lord after hearing this. Sit. That detail matters. After all the running, all the fighting, all the dancing, there are moments when the only thing left is to sit in stunned gratitude. Who am I, you ask, and what is my house that you have brought me this far? It is one of the few times in your life when stillness says more than movement. The city settles around you. Night in Jerusalem has its own sound. Low conversation through walls, a pot being set down, sandals scuffing stone, dogs somewhere being absolutely unreasonable, wind running over the ridge, temple musicians perhaps practicing tomorrow's notes, the ark under its tent, the king under cedar. Promise hanging in the dark like a lamp not yet extinguished. For this brief stretch, the story lets you breathe. That matters because soon it will not. Soon spring will come, and kings will go out to war, and you will stay home. Soon, a roof will become the worst place in the kingdom. Soon, one look will start a chain of ruin that no amount of music can soften. Soon, your house will fill with grief, violation, rebellion, and children destroying one another while you watch. But not yet. For now, the crown fits. For now, Jerusalem rises around you, hard-won and bright. For now, the ark rests in the city of David. For now, the people sing your name without making your life worse by it. For now, your feet are still dusty from dancing, and the memory of joy is stronger than the shadow coming toward the roof. So savor this version of you. The shepherd who became king. The fugitive who finally stopped running. The man leaping in linen through the streets of his own city, too happy to be dignified, too alive to stay still. For one shining moment, everything holds. And Jerusalem keeps the sound of that music long after the dancing stops. It's a warm evening in Jerusalem. The armies are away at war, and for the first time in years, the king has nothing to do. That is not as nice as it sounds. Spring has come, the season when roads harden, rivers shrink back into themselves, and kings normally head out with their troops to settle old grudges in the sunshine. Joab is out there. The army is out there. Siege lines, campfires, armor shouting, men sleeping in dust and waking with beetles in their sandals. The usual. You are here, at home, in the palace. The cedar walls still smell faintly sweet in the heat, but the sweetness does not help. Your bed feels wrong. Too soft, too still. There is no campaign noise, no messengers pounding in and out every few minutes, no urgent map hovering, no clatter of armor being strapped on at dawn. Just evening, a warm one. The sort of evening when the air sits on your skin like damp cloth, and every surface keeps the day's heat. Lamps flicker in courtyards below. Smoke from cooking fires drifts upward in lazy threads. Somewhere, a baby is screaming with astonishing stamina. Somewhere, a goat is objecting to life with a voice like a broken trumpet. You get up. You walk the roof. Flat roofs are where life happens in this city. People sleep there when the air inside gets thick enough to chew. They dry grain there, talk there, watch the streets there. Up here, Jerusalem spreads around you in terraces and stone, a cluster of roofs and walls and narrow lanes where everybody is always one argument away from hearing everybody else's business. From your roof, you can see into other lives. That is the problem. The moonlight catches plaster walls and storage jars and hanging cloth. You hear sandals scuffing somewhere below, the creak of a gate, low voices, water being poured. Then your eye catches movement on another roof. A woman bathing, water shining on skin in the evening light. And that should have been the end of it. You look away, you go downstairs, you remind yourself she is somebody's wife, somebody's daughter, somebody under your protection because you are the king, and this city is your responsibility, not your buffet. Instead, you keep looking. That is where the whole thing rots. Not because beauty is new to you. You have wives, plural. Your house is already a political and domestic labyrinth full of status negotiations, servants, children, and enough emotional crossfire to qualify as weather. This is not a lonely widower wandering into a bad decision because he watched one too many sunsets by himself. This is appetite meeting opportunity, and appetite is wearing a crown. You ask about her. Not in a casual way either. Not the harmless passing curiosity of a man on a roof. Messengers go. Questions are asked. Names come back. Bathsheba, daughter of Eliam, wife of Uriah the Hittite. That last part should stop you cold. Uriah, one of your mighty men. One of the warriors who fought for you when life was caves and danger, and everybody smelled like damp wool and old fear. One of the men out there right now doing the very job you should be doing, sleeping in the field under a military-grade sky while you pace your roof in a cedar palace having a moral collapse. You know exactly who she is now. You send for her anyway. And now we arrive at the part nobody likes to pretend happened the way it happened. She is summoned to the palace. When the king sends for you, that is not really an invitation. It is not romantic. It is not flirtation. It is not one of those stories people tell later with soft music playing underneath, as if everybody had equal freedom and made mutual choices under the stars. A messenger arrives. The palace calls. You go. Bathsheba comes because what else is she supposed to do? Say no to the king? Explain to a royal courier that she'd rather not? Ask for a reschedule because this feels morally compromised? Ancient monarchies are not big on consent forms and healthy workplace boundaries. She comes to the palace. You receive her. The room is cool compared to outside. Stone underfoot, oil lamps burning, cedar beams above, perfume trying very hard to improve the atmosphere and not entirely succeeding because there are still human bodies involved, and human bodies are committed to producing sweat no matter how expensive the room is. And then you take what is not yours. Briefly described, catastrophically permanent. Afterward, she goes back to her house. The city does not crack open. No thunderbolt lands on the roof. No courtier bursts in shouting that this is a terrible idea. The palace continues being a palace. Servants carry water. Guards shift their weight at the doors. Somewhere dinner is served to somebody who has no idea the kingdom just tilted. For a while, it seems almost simple. Then the message comes. Short, clean, no extra words. I am pregnant. That is all it takes. A whole kingdom can be wrecked by a sentence shorter than a grocery list. You feel the floor drop out beneath the cedar, because now the private sin develops paperwork. Now there will be months, visible ones, countable ones, a timeline anyone with a functioning brain can do on their fingers. Uriah is away at war. Bathsheba is pregnant. Palace math is about to become very awkward. So you move into phase 2, which is the cover-up. And cover-ups always have the desperate energy of a man trying to sweep mud with a rake. Everything gets messier. Everyone sees you sweating. You send word to Joab. Send Uriah home. Just for a report, you say. Military updates. Perfectly normal. Kings ask generals for reports all the time. No one needs to know there is panic under the parchment. No one needs to know the mighty warrior is being recalled because his king is trying to edit biology after the fact. Uriah comes in from the field. You can practically smell the battlefield on him when he enters. Dust baked into his skin. Leather, sweat, stale campfire smoke, iron, dried mud, and that rank undertone soldiers collect after days of sleeping in armor-adjacent conditions with no proper wash. He is a man from the front. He has dirt in the seams of his hands and war in his posture. He bows. He stands before you loyal as ever. You ask about Joab. You ask about the troops. You ask how the war goes. It is almost unbearably obscene, this polite little briefing. You sitting there in comfort. He standing there fresh from danger. He reports faithfully. You listen while planning to use his faithfulness as camouflage for your own disgrace. Then you tell him to go down to his house. Wash his feet. Ancient phrase. Polite phrase. Everybody knows what you mean. Go home. Eat. Sleep in your own bed. Be with your wife. Very reasonable. Very humane. A lovely little domestic intermission after military service. You even send a gift after him. Probably food, maybe wine, palace hospitality, a little royal care package, the biblical version of, "Thanks for your service. Now please unknowingly solve my adultery problem." The plan is disgusting, and then Uriah ruins it by being honorable. He does not go home. He sleeps at the entrance of the king's house with the servants, on the floor, probably with his cloak rolled under his head and the stink of the day still clinging to him. Stone under his shoulder, guards nearby, mosquitoes conducting unauthorized blood drives around his ears. He stays there with the men, because the ark and Israel and Judah are in booths, and Joab and your servants are encamped in the open field. How can he go to his house, he says later, to eat and drink and lie with his wife? He swears he will not do this thing. And just like that, the Hittite has more integrity than the king of Israel. Morning comes. Word reaches you that Uriah did not go down to his house. You can feel irritation, rising now, sharp and mean. Not righteous irritation, cornered man irritation. Your plan was simple, elegant if one is willing to use a filthy word for a filthy purpose. But no, Uriah has decided to be principled at exactly the wrong time. So you ask him why. Why did you not go home? Uriah answers with soldier logic so solid it lands like a slap. The ark, Israel, Judah, Joab, the servants of his Lord, all camping in open fields. Shall he then go to his house to eat and drink and lie with his wife? As you live, as your soul lives, he says, he will not do this thing. There he stands, unshaven and road-weary, teaching you duty in your own palace. It is humiliating, also deserved. You try again. Stay one more day. Eat with me. Drink. If honor won't solve this, maybe intoxication will. Ancient statecraft, everybody. A king's emergency strategy meeting with wine as the main operational tool. You make him drunk, hoping lowered judgment will send him staggering home at last. He gets drunk. He still does not go home. He goes out and lies on his couch with the servants of his Lord, not with his wife, not in his own bed. Even drunk, he has better boundaries than you, sober. At this point, the cover-up collapses into murder. Not rage murder, not a hot-blooded fit with a weapon in hand. Those are horrible enough. This is colder, administrative, ink and seal murder, the kind done by a man seated at a table. You write the letter. Can you imagine the room? Lamp smoke, scratch of stylus, wax, the smell of ink and oiled leather, the ordinary clerical atmosphere of government business. A servant probably walks by carrying a tray at some point. Somewhere nearby, somebody is discussing grain storage. And in the middle of all that routine, you write orders for a loyal man to die. Set Uriah in the forefront of the hardest fighting. Then draw back from him, that he may be struck down and die. There it is. No poetry, no excuse, no dramatic flourish, just murder in neat military prose. Then you seal the letter and hand it to Uriah, to carry himself. That detail sits in the stomach like a stone. He takes the message in his own hand. He carries his death warrant like a normal piece of dispatch business. He does not know. He trusts you. He walks back to the siege with the order that will kill him tucked against his body. Jerusalem keeps going around you. Markets open, bread bakes, children run through alleys, women grind grain, priests offer sacrifices. The city has no idea its king has just outsourced assassination through office correspondence. It is bureaucratic evil which somehow feels even grimier. Like finding a dead rat in your pantry and realizing someone also filed it alphabetically. The letter reaches Joab. Joab reads it. Now, Joab is not squeamish. He has spent years proving that if violence were a skilled trade, he would have Employee of the Month plaques stacked to the ceiling. He understands ugly orders. He also understands what this one means. Whether he grimaces or merely shrugs, we are not told, but he obeys. At the siege of Rabbah, the fighting presses hot and brutal against the walls. Siege warfare is misery with paperwork. Mud, heat, flies, waiting, brief moments of terror repeated until everyone smells like wet leather left in a ditch. Men shovel, men haul, men curse. Archers on the walls look for targets. Defenders hurl stones and insults in equal measure. Joab places Uriah where the strongest men are, near the wall. That is bad enough already. Walls are murder machines. Archers above, spears from loopholes, stones dropped by people who would very much like your skull to stop being one piece. Everybody below knows this. You can feel danger coming from altitude. Then the men pull back. Uriah is left exposed, not necessarily alone. Other men die too. That is the extra bitterness in this sort of command. A king's private sin spills public blood. Several soldiers go down because you need one man removed. Their families will get grief because of your convenience. Uriah dies there. The message comes back to Jerusalem. A messenger arrives from Joab with a battlefield report. You can picture him standing dusty and tired before the throne, going through the sequence. The men advanced. The defenders pressed. The archers shot from the wall. Some of the king's servants are dead, and Uriah the Hittite is dead also. That is the line you were waiting for. Joab even coaches the messenger in case you put on a performance. If the king gets angry about the tactical stupidity of going so near the wall, mention Uriah. That should settle it. Which means Joab knows. Of course he knows. Joab has now become a co-owner of your secret, and that is exactly the kind of man you do not want holding leverage over you. You respond with a sentence so chilling in its smoothness, it makes the skin prickle. Do not let this matter displease you. The sword devours now one, and now another. Strengthen your attack. Overthrow the city. Basically, war is messy. These things happen. Keep going. It is the language of detachment. The voice of a man pretending this death belongs in the general category of unfortunate military losses. As if Uriah just happened to be in the wrong place rather than in the place you arranged. Bathsheba hears that her husband is dead, and now the story slows down for grief. Not your grief, hers. She mourns for Uriah. There is no palace spin that can disinfect that fact. Whatever else people later try to romanticize, whatever soft-focus nonsense they drape over this episode, there is a woman in Jerusalem mourning a husband who never came home from the war because the king had him killed. The mourning days pass. Torn garments, ashes perhaps, weeping, the house heavy with loss. Neighbors come and go. Women sit with her. Food gets set down and mostly ignored. The smell of grief settles into fabric. Dust, tears, unwashed hair, stale oil lamp smoke, and bread no one felt like eating. Then, when the mourning is over, you send and bring her to your house. She becomes your wife. She bears a son. From the outside, it almost works. That is the appalling part. Kings absorb widows. Soldiers die in war. Pregnant brides happen. Palace life is complicated. The official version can be made to look almost tidy if you squint through enough propaganda and avoid all dates. People may whisper, but the machinery of kingship is very good at covering ugly things with ceremony. You might even start to believe you have survived this. After all, you are still on the throne. Jerusalem still stands. Joab still wins battles. The palace still runs. No lightning, no revolt, no immediate collapse, just a sealed scandal under the floorboards. But the thing you have done is evil in the sight of the Lord. And one day, Nathan walks in. Nathan is not loud by default. That almost makes him worse. A shouting accuser gives you time to armor up. A calm prophet with a story is much more dangerous. He comes into the room with that maddening prophet energy, like a man carrying weather in his sleeve. he tells you about two men in one city, one rich, one poor. The rich man has very many flocks and herds, more sheep than he can count without removing his sandals and using his toes. The poor man has nothing but one little ewe lamb. He bought it, raised it. It grew up with him and with his children. It ate of his morsel, drank from his cup, lay in his arms. It was like a daughter to him. You can see the picture instantly. A little lamb underfoot in the house, nibbling scraps, children laughing. That one ridiculous household animal everybody loves too much and pretends is a family member while it chews something expensive. Tender, specific, small. Then a traveller comes to the rich man, and the rich man, unwilling to take one of his own many sheep, takes the poor man's lamb and prepares it for the guest. It is an ugly little story, mean, petty, grossly unfair in a way that ignites something hot in you before you even notice. You have spent your life around sheep. You know exactly what that little lamb means in a poor household. It is not inventory. It is survival with eyelashes. Your anger explodes. As the Lord lives, the man who has done this deserves to die. He shall restore the lamb fourfold. Because he did this thing, and because he had no pity, you are furious. You have no idea you are sentencing yourself. Nathan looks at you. Then comes the line that splits the room open. You are the man. No speech beforehand. No cushion. Just that. You. The king who took another man's wife. The rich man who stole the poor man's lamb. The shepherd who once fought lions for lambs has become the man stealing them. Nathan keeps going. You were given everything. Kingship, deliverance, house, wives, Israel and Judah. More could have been given. Why then did you despise the word of the Lord by doing what is evil? You struck down Uriah with the sword of the Ammonites and took his wife as your own. Now the sword will never depart from your house. The judgments come one after another, like doors slamming in a corridor. Evil will rise against you out of your own house. What you did in secret will be answered in public. The child born from this will die. You stand there with nowhere to hide. This is not Saul with a spear and a manic glare. This is not a cave escape, not a battlefield, not one more enemy to outmaneuver. This is your own life finally named accurately. No giant to hit, no army to command, no clever move left. Just guilt. And for once, you do the only sane thing. You say, I have sinned against the Lord. No excuses. No blaming Bathsheba. No blaming loneliness or stress or royal pressure or spring evenings or architectural sightlines. No, it got complicated. No, people misunderstand. Just sin, admitted plain. That matters. It does not remove consequences. It does not resurrect Uriah. It does not unmake fear. But it matters. Nathan says your sin is put away, you will not die. The child will. That sentence is unbearable. Soon the baby becomes sick. And now the palace changes shape. No more polished royal confidence. No more cover-up efficiency. You go into fasting and pleading. You lie all night on the ground. Elders stand beside you trying to raise you up. You refuse. You will not eat. The room smells sour with grief almost immediately. Sweat in blankets, dust on the floor, lamp oil burned too long. Men who have been awake all night and are trying not to say what they fear. Food set nearby going cold. The stale, helpless smell of people waiting beside sickness with nothing to do but listen. For 7 days, the child lives and weakens. Infants can make a room feel both impossibly full and terribly empty. tiny breaths, tiny cries, tiny body burning with fever while adults stand around acting useful and accomplishing nothing. Nurses move softly. Bathsheba is there. Of course she is. The mother carrying a grief she never asked to carry in the house of the man who created it. On the seventh day, the child dies. The servants are afraid to tell you. They whisper in corners, look at each other. If he would not listen when the child was alive, what will he do now that the child is dead? Palace staff everywhere have this expression of people trapped in someone else's nightmare while trying not to spill a tray. You see them whispering. You know, is the child dead? They answer yes. Then you do something no one expects. You rise from the ground, you wash, anoint yourself, change your clothes, go into the house of the Lord and worship. Then you come back and ask for food. It unnerves everyone. It feels backward. The servants ask you about it because they cannot help themselves. You fasted and wept while the child was alive, but once the child dies, you rise and eat. Your answer is simple and exhausted. While the child was alive, there was hope. Maybe the Lord would be gracious, but now the child is dead. You cannot bring him back. One day you will go to him, but he will not return to you. There is no grand flourish in that, just the blunt, aching shape of finality. Bathsheba is comforted, though that word is doing the work of 10,000 tears. In time she bears another son, Solomon, Jedediah, beloved. Life insists on continuing even in houses where grief has soaked the walls. That is one of the crueler things about it. The mill still grinds. The servants still fetch water. Bread still bakes. Morning keeps arriving with no regard for who cried into their bedding all night. You return to state business. Joab captures Rabbah's water city and sends for you to come finish the job. Because even in the middle of private catastrophe, military logistics keep tapping your shoulder like an unpaid contractor. You go. The city falls. Its crown, heavy with gold and stones, is set on your head. Spoil is taken. Forced labor imposed. The machinery of kingship lurches on. But the sword has entered your house. And once it is inside, it is not in a hurry to leave. Years pass. Children grow. Your family by now is not so much a household as a deeply unstable compound full of half-siblings, rival mothers, inherited resentments, royal expectations, and enough unresolved jealousy to ignite from a sideways glance. This is what happens when a king collects wives and concubines like treaties with earrings. Everybody is related. Everybody is competing. Nobody is in therapy. One of your sons is Amnon, firstborn, crown prince material in theory. One of your daughters is Tamar, Absalom's full sister. Beautiful, gentle, young. Amnon becomes obsessed with Tamar. Not love. Obsession. Sick, selfish wanting. The kind that strips another person of humanity and reduces them to an itch in someone else's brain. He is so consumed he makes himself ill, thin, restless, lying on his couch like a man dying of romance when really he is just marinating in entitlement. A cousin named Jonadab notices. That man has the greasy brilliance of every terrible friend in history. The one who hears your worst impulse and says, "You know what would be efficient?" instead of, "Absolutely not, you diseased turnip." He helps Amnon devise a plan, feign illness, ask for Tamar to come prepare food in your sight. You, their father, are drawn into it without knowing. Amnon says he is sick. You go to see him. He asks for Tamar to come make cakes for him, there in the house, so he may eat from her hand. It sounds innocent enough. Family caregiving, royal household domesticity, sisters and brothers, bread and comfort food. Ancient room service with emotional manipulation baked in. You send Tamar. She comes. You can imagine her moving through the household, sleeves tied back for work, dough on her hands, doing what she has been asked. She takes the dough, kneads it, makes the cakes in his sight, bakes them, brings them. The room probably smells warm and ordinary for a moment. Flour, oil, hot bread, the harmless scent of one human being serving another in kindness. Then Amnon sends everyone out. That is the moment when every listener in the room wants to kick the door in. He tells Tamar to bring the food into the inner chamber. She comes closer. He grabs her. She protests with all the clarity in the world. No, my brother, do not violate me. Such a thing is not done in Israel. Do not do this disgraceful thing. Speak to the king. He will not withhold me from you. She is bargaining for survival in real time, saying whatever might stop him. Law, shame, practical alternatives, anything. He does not listen. He is stronger than she is. He rapes her. And then, because sin likes to add insult after injury, the obsession flips to hatred. The man who claimed he wanted her cannot stand her once he has taken what he wanted. His hatred becomes greater than the so-called love he had felt. It is revolting in the most familiar human way. Appetite gets what it wants and instantly blames the victim for existing. He orders her out. Tamar pleads again. Sending her away now is worse than the other wrong. But Amnon will not hear. A servant puts her out and bolts the door behind her. She tears the long robe she is wearing, the garment of royal virgin daughters. She puts ashes on her head. She lays her hand on her head and goes away crying aloud. That image stays. A woman moving through palace corridors, ruined by another person's desire, mourning publicly because private pain has nowhere else to go. Absalom sees her. He asks if Amnon has been with her. He tells her to keep quiet for now, to stay in his house. He is simmering already, coldly, efficiently, the kind of rage that does not shout because it is busy making plans. You hear of it. You are very angry, and that is all. Very angry. No punishment, no justice, no protection worth the name. Maybe guilt paralyzes you. Maybe palace politics do. Maybe confronting a son's sexual violence while your own history sits rotting in the center of the room feels too close to self-indictment. Maybe all of it. But whatever mixture of weakness and shame freezes you, the effect is the same. Tamar is left with grief. Amnon remains alive and powerful, and Absalom learns that vengeance in this house may have to be done privately. 2 years pass. Not healed years, fermenting years. Absalom waits. He invites all the king's sons to a sheep-shearing feast. Sheep-shearing was festive, loud, boozy, full of food and outdoor movement, and men acting cheerful while blades moved near. Valuable livestock. A perfect setting for murder if one has family business to settle. At first, you decline. Then you let the sons go. Absalom gives orders to his servants. When Amnon's heart is merry with wine, strike him down. They do. Amnon dies at the feast. The king's sons flee in panic, each one suddenly very interested in not being the next corpse. Mules pounding down the road. Dust flying. Festival turned massacre in an instant. The news reaches you garbled at first. Perhaps all the sons are dead. Panic before clarity. Then the truth sorts itself out. Not all, only Amnon. Only. As if one son murdered by another can ever take the word only without making it curdle. Absalom flees. 3 years in Geshur. Exile. Distance. The family now split by rape, murder, non-response, and grief. So tangled no one could comb it straight with a vineyard rake. Your heart goes out to Absalom over time. You long for him. You want him back. This is the maddening thing about family ruin. The same child who has done terrible wrong is still your child. Love keeps surviving in damaged shapes when sense would prefer cleaner lines. Eventually, Absalom is brought back to Jerusalem, but not into your presence. For 2 years more he lives in the city without seeing your face. Can you feel how rotten this gets? A prince in partial exile inside his own father's city. Close enough to smell the palace kitchens, too far to enter. Near enough to brood. Near enough to build grievance into ideology. Absalom by now is dazzling. Handsome in a way people talk about. Hair like an entire national vanity project. Charisma pouring off him. He is the kind of man crowds notice before he even opens his mouth. And when he does open it, he knows exactly how to work people. He rises early, stands beside the road to the gate, and intercepts those coming for judgment. He listens to their cases. He sympathizes. Your claims are good and right, but no one deputed by the king will hear you. Ancient retail politics, customer service with treason under the counter. Then the flourish. Oh, that I were judge in the land. It works. Of course it works. People are frustrated. Justice is slow. Kings grow distant. Absalom is handsome, accessible, affectionate. He kisses the men who come near him. He steals hearts one greeting at a time. It takes 4 years. Slow poisoning, not a sword stroke. Then he asks leave to go to Hebron to pay a vow. Hebron, of all places. The old city of your first kingship. Thick with memory, thick with symbolism. You let him go. From there, he sends secret messengers through all the tribes. When you hear the trumpet say, Absalom is king in Hebron, suddenly the conspiracy is large, very large. The report comes to you in Jerusalem. The hearts of the men of Israel have gone after Absalom. There it is. Nathan's words flowering into disaster. Evil from your own house. Not a foreign invasion. Not Philistine pressure. Your son. Your city. Your failures coming home with an army. And through all of it, there is a line stretching backward to that roof. To the evening, you should have looked away. To the summons, to the letter, to the death. Sin does not explain every evil your children choose. They are responsible for their own horrors. But your house learned from you that power can take, hide, and evade. Once a father opens that door, children often sprint through it, carrying furniture. So you flee Jerusalem, barefoot, weeping. That comes next, but the wound opens here, on the roof, with a glance, with a king who had everything and still reached for what was not his. And from that warm evening on, the palace never really smells clean again. Grief gets into the cedar, blood gets into the family stories. The house stands, but the inside has gone bad. A crown can survive many enemies. What it cannot survive intact is rot in the beams, and yours has begun. A messenger arrives breathless. That is never a smell you enjoy. Sweat, dust, panic, and the unmistakable odor of bad news traveling at speed. He bows too fast, speaks too fast, and still every word lands heavy. The hearts of the men of Israel have gone after Absalom. For a second, the room goes very still, not quiet. Palaces are never quiet. Somewhere a servant drops something metal. Somewhere sandals slap stone in a corridor. Somewhere a child is being corrected by a woman who has corrected that same child 12 times already and is losing the will to live. But inside your chest, stillness, the kind that comes right before a crack. Absalom, your son. Beautiful Absalom with the movie star hair and the smile that could sell sand in the wilderness. Absalom, who spent years standing by the city gate, acting like the kingdom's most available customer service representative. Oh, your legal case matters so much to me. Kiss on the cheek, hand on the shoulder, tiny little performance, ancient campaign stop. No posters, no slogans, just weaponized charm and excellent bone structure. And now, it has worked. You do not call for armor. You do not order the gates shut. You do not stride onto a wall like the old days, jaw set, sling ready, everybody watch me be heroic. No. You look at the men around you and say the words of a man who knows when the game is up. Arise. Let us flee. That is the king's command. Flee. There is no glamour in evacuation. People always picture noble retreats and organized processions. What you actually get is confusion with sandals, servants running, women gathering children, officials grabbing documents, guards trying to look authoritative while clearly improvising. Somebody is definitely carrying the wrong basket. Somebody else is shouting about water skins, as if this is the only issue currently facing the monarchy. The palace starts emptying itself like a kicked anthill. You know Absalom too well. If he reaches Jerusalem with momentum, the city becomes a slaughterhouse. Streets too narrow, loyalties too mixed, walls too full of men who once sang your name and now may be testing out his. Better to leave than trap the city inside your family disaster. So, you go. You leave 10 concubines to keep the house. That detail just sits there, grim and practical and ugly, because royal households are always one administrative choice away from becoming a future tragedy. You do not know yet how much uglier this will get. The day has enough horrors in it already. Out you come from the palace. Not on a chariot, on foot. The king of Israel walking. The household streams behind you. Officials, guards, foreign mercenaries, loyalists, servants, their wives, their children, baggage animals loaded with whatever got snatched in time. It is a moving city of fear. Dust rising, donkeys complaining, babies wailing, men trying to act calm with the expression of people who have just realized the floor was decorative. You stop at the last house. Everybody passes before you there, one by one. Units, families, bodyguards, the Cherethites, the Pelethites, 600 Gittites from Gath, Philistine territory of all places, men who followed you from exile and somehow ended up more loyal than plenty of your own countrymen. Life is weird. Sometimes the people most committed to you are the ones who were technically supposed to be your enemies. And then comes Ittai the Gittite. He is new, a foreigner, recently arrived. This is exactly the sort of man you should be telling to save himself. Why should he get dragged into a civil war because your family tree turned rabid? You tell him to go back. Stay with the king, you say, meaning Absalom. You are a foreigner and an exile from your home. Why come with us? Yesterday you arrived, and today should I make you wander with us while I go where I can? Go back. Take your brothers with you. Mercy and truth be with you. It is a generous offer, also an exhausted one. Ittai answers like a man hammering nails into history. As the Lord lives, and as my Lord the King lives, wherever my Lord the King shall be, whether for death or for life, there also will your servant be. Well, that will do it. You tell him to pass on. So Ittai goes, and all his men, and all the little ones with him. Children too. This is not just soldiers moving. This is households uprooted because one beautiful prince with excellent hair and unresolved rage decided he wanted a crown. All the land is weeping aloud. You hear it as you leave the city. Public grief has a sound unlike anything else. Not battle noise, not marketplace clamor. It is ragged, human. Old women sobbing, men trying not to, children frightened by the adults' faces, voices breaking in waves across stone and hillside. You cross the Kidron Valley. The brook runs below, dark and thin. The ground is rough underfoot. Dust sticks to your wet face. Your head is covered now, and you go up the slope of the Mount of Olives barefoot, weeping as you climb. The king who once danced in this city, nearly naked with joy, now leaves it with no shoes on, crying into cloth. That hill remembers things. Every step hurts. Stones dig into your soles. Thorn bits catch. Loose gravel slides under your weight. The climb is bad enough when your heart is fine. Your heart is not fine. Your heart is one of those old clay jars with a crack down the side, still technically holding together because nobody has jostled it too hard yet. Everybody with you covers their heads too. Everybody weeps. It becomes contagious, this sorrow. One man starts, another hears him, another sees the king crying, and that settles it. Soon the whole column is climbing and sobbing and trying not to fall over a donkey while doing both. Ancient royal exile, all the dignity of a family leaving a terrible wedding after a fistfight. And now we arrive at the part that really hurts. Because betrayal in war is one thing. Betrayal under your own roof is another. A giant roaring across a valley is easy by comparison. You can hit a giant with a rock. You cannot slingstone your way out of fatherhood. Word reaches you on the ascent that Ahithophel is with Absalom. That name lands hard. Ahithophel is not just some random court hanger-on. He is one of your wisest counselors. The kind of man whose advice carries weight because it keeps turning out right. And, to make the stew even more bitter, he is Bathsheba's grandfather. So there is a whole old layer of family grievance marinating under this rebellion too, because apparently your life cannot have one disaster at a time. It prefers variety. You pray quickly, almost like a gasp. Turn Ahithophel's counsel into foolishness. Then, at the summit where people worship, who comes tearing his clothes and throwing dirt on his head, but Hushai the Archite, your friend. Dirt in the hair, grief on the face, full ancient mourning package. Nobody does restrained sorrow around here. When people are upset, they commit. You look at Hushai and think strategically, because even now, broken or not, your brain still does king things. If Hushai comes with you, he will be a burden, so you send him back. Go to the city. Tell Absalom, I will be your servant, O king. Defeat Ahithophel's counsel for me. Work from inside. Use the priests Zadok and Abiathar. Their sons can carry messages. Suddenly, this barefoot crying procession turns into a spy network because your life refuses to become simple even during emotional collapse. Hushai goes back. You go on. Then comes Shimei. Of course, there is a Shimei. You cannot have one humiliating public retreat without some guy on a hillside deciding this is his moment to become the region's loudest internet comment section. Shimei, son of Gera, from Saul's family, comes out and starts cursing continuously as you pass. Not politely either. He throws stones. At the king. At the king's servants. Dust, too, because why not complete the package? Rocks, dirt, insults. The full roadside meltdown. He screams that you are a man of blood, a worthless man, that the Lord is returning on you all the blood of Saul's house. He announces that your kingdom is taken and given to Absalom. He calls this justice. Now, to be clear, Shimei is wrong in specifics and right in vibe. You did not seize Saul's throne by murdering his house, but blood is absolutely on your hands. Not Saul's blood, Uriah's, others too. So when this furious man pelts you with stones from a safe elevation like an ancient one-man harassment department, the accusations land in places your armor no longer covers. Abishai, one of your hard men, has had enough. Why should this dead dog curse my lord the king? Let me go over and take off his head. That is Abishai's answer to most situations, and one admires the consistency. He's the kind of man who hears verbal abuse and immediately volunteers decapitation as customer service. Efficient, loyal, terrifying at dinner. You say no. What have I to do with you, sons of Zeruiah? If he is cursing because the Lord said to him, "Curse David," who shall say, "Why have you done so?" Then you say something even sadder. If my own son, who came from my body, seeks my life, how much more may this Benjamite? Leave him alone. Let him curse. Maybe the Lord will look on the wrong done to me and repay me with good for his cursing today. That is not the voice of a triumphant king. That is a man stripped down to grief and consequences. You do not defend yourself. You do not posture. You just keep walking while rocks bounce and dust spatters your clothes. The old David would have solved this with speed and violence. This David absorbs it like a man, too tired to insist on his own dignity. So the road continues. Shimei keeps pace along the hillside, cursing as he goes, throwing stones, flinging dirt. You and your men move below, taking it. Sweat dries and returns. Feet blister, throats parch. By the time you reach the Jordan-side wilderness, everybody is wrung out like laundry beaten against rocks and left in the sun. And back in Jerusalem, Absalom enters. That city you built, that city where the ark came dancing, where cedar rose and songs were sung, where you thought maybe at last your wandering days were over. Your son walks into it as king. People blow trumpets. People cheer. Nothing stings quite like hearing your own work repurposed for the man replacing you. Absalom seeks counsel. Ahithophel speaks first, and his advice is savage in its brilliance. He tells Absalom to go into your concubines, left to keep the house, publicly, on the palace roof. Not for pleasure, for finality. It is the ancient Near Eastern equivalent of setting every bridge on fire while live-streaming it. Once that happens, reconciliation is done. Everybody knows this is war to the bitter end. And so Absalom does it. A tent is pitched on the roof. The roof, that same cursed height where this whole collapse really began. The place where you once looked down into another household and reached where you should not have reached. Now your own house is violated in public from the very rooftop of your sin. Nothing subtle about it. Judgment with architecture. The city knows. Of course the city knows. Cities know everything, particularly the disgusting things. News like this moves through alleys faster than spilled oil. Bakers know, gatekeepers know, women drawing water know. By sunset, half of Jerusalem is trying not to make eye contact about what happened on the king's roof, and the other half is failing gloriously. Then Ahithophel advises immediate pursuit. 12,000 men, he says. Let me go tonight. I will strike only the king. That is the smart move. Hit quickly, hit hard. While you are weary, disorganized, emotionally shredded, and trailing children and baggage through rough country. Frankly, if Absalom had listened to him fully and at once, Your story may have ended there in the dark with muddy sandals and a knife in the confusion. But Hushai is there. Thank God for Hushai. He speaks after Ahithophel and paints a different picture. He reminds Absalom that you are a warrior, that your men are fierce, embittered, dangerous as a bear robbed of her cubs. He flatters Absalom beautifully while doing it. Why settle for a small strike force when you could gather all Israel from Dan to Beersheba, vast as sand by the sea, and lead them yourself in glorious, overwhelming victory? It is terrible military advice and perfect vanity bait. Absalom chooses Hushai's counsel, because of course he does. A handsome rebel with a taste for public theatre was never going to pick the sensible plan over the grand one if you offered him a chance to look magnificent. He wants a coronation and a campaign poster. Hushai hands him both wrapped in flattery. Messengers run. Zadok's and Abiathar's sons carry warning out to you. There is a whole episode of near disaster with a servant girl, a woman hiding spies under grain, and the kind of domestic improvisation that keeps kingdoms alive while nobody gets credit for it. Ancient espionage is less sleek cloak and dagger, and more quick, hide these boys under farm supplies and act normal. The message reaches you. Do not stay at the fords. Cross over at once. So you move through the night. Darkness, river water, people stumbling, animals balking, men whispering orders with increasing irritation because nobody can see a thing. Children half asleep and miserable. Packs slipping. Wet hems. Cold current around calves. It is not cinematic. It is damp chaos. By morning, everyone is across the Jordan. Not one left behind. That detail matters. A king can lose a city and still keep a people. Ahithophel sees his counsel rejected and understands exactly what that means. The man is too smart not to. He knows where this goes now, so he goes home, sets his house in order, and hangs himself, efficient to the end. A grim footnote to your old sins and your current rescue. You reach Mahanaim, refuge at last, of a kind. Beds appear, basins, food, the sort of practical mercy that can make a grown man cry harder than battle ever did. Shobi, Machir, Barzillai, bring supplies, bedding, bowls, earthen vessels, wheat, barley, flour, parched grain, beans, lentils, honey, curds, sheep, and cheese from the herd. That list is holy to the exhausted. After enough running, salvation smells like lentils and clean blankets. It looks like a bowl. It sounds like someone saying, "Sit down and eat before you fall over." You and the people with you are hungry, weary, and thirsty in the wilderness. The body insists on being a body even in civil war. Stomachs growl, feet swell, men sleep mid-sentence. But the morning is not kind. Absalom's army is coming. So you organize for battle, not because you want this, not because any part of you imagines this ending cleanly, but because a father can weep and still have to assign commanders. You divide the troops under Joab, Abishai, and Ittai. The men urge you not to go out with them. If we flee, they say, they will not care. If half of us die, they will not care. But you are worth 10,000 of us. Stay in the city. Send help if needed. It is practical. Also cruel in the way truth usually is. Your life is not yours alone anymore. You stand by the gate while they march out. Then you give the order. Deal gently for my sake with the young man Absalom. You say it to Joab, to Abishai, to Ittai. Everybody hears. Deal gently. That is the instruction. Not bring him dead. Not end this. Gently. In the middle of rebellion, bloodshed, betrayal, and public humiliation, You are still talking like a father who remembers the child under the hair and the politics. The army goes out into the field against Israel. The battle takes place in the forest of Ephraim. Forests are bad enough in peacetime. In war they become chaos generators. Trees break formation. Roots grab ankles. Branches blind men at speed. Visibility is awful. Commands vanish into undergrowth. Horses panic. Men die because they step wrong or run into the wrong cluster of shouting bodies. The forest devours more than the sword that day. You can almost feel it from far off. Mud sucking sandals, thorns ripping calves, men crashing through oak and terebinth, sweat mixed with leaf mold and blood. The smell is green and metallic and foul, like someone opened a vineyard cellar and filled it with corpses. Israel's forces are defeated before your servants. 20,000 men die. Civil war always feels dirtier than foreign war. Everybody knows somebody. On the other side, everybody shares language, songs, recipes, grandmother's sayings. Then they stab each other under the same trees. It is a rotten business. Absalom rides a mule. Of course, he rides a mule. Royal sons and their mules. He passes under a great oak and his head gets caught in the tree. Or his hair. People always focus on the hair because how could they not? The man's hair had become practically a supporting character. Either way, he is left hanging between heaven and earth while the mule keeps going. It would be funny if it were not so awful. Actually, it is a little funny. Not haha funny. More the appalled, can you believe this absolute disaster of a family? Kind of funny. The rebel prince who stole a kingdom through charm and strategic kissing, now dangling from a tree because his grooming routine finally betrayed him. Ancient tragedy has no objection to looking ridiculous at the exact worst moment. A man sees him. Reports to Joab. Joab says, "What do you mean? You saw him and did not strike him there." He would have rewarded the man. Belt, silver, whatever. The soldier says he would not touch the king's son for 1,000 pieces of silver because everybody heard the command, protect the young man Absalom. Joab has no patience for this. Joab has spent a lifetime being the kingdom's answer to impossible situations, and his methods generally involve removing the impossible person. He knows what Absalom alive means. More rebellion, more blood, more instability, more tears with swords attached. So Joab takes 3 javelins. He goes to the oak. Absalom is still alive there, hanging. Joab drives the javelins into his heart. Then 10 armor-bearers gather round and finish the job. That is the end of Absalom. Not on a throne, not in a triumphal charge, suspended in a tree like a cautionary tale, then stabbed by the general his father trusted. Joab sounds the trumpet. The pursuit stops. The body is taken and thrown into a great pit in the forest, covered with a heap of stones. No royal tomb, no princely ceremony, just a pile of rocks in the woods. Though people remember that he had made a pillar for himself in the king's valley because he said he had no son to keep his name in remembrance. Absalom, who always did understand branding, built his own monument in advance. But monuments are poor company. Now we come to the runners. Because in biblical warfare, there is always some poor man sprinting toward a grieving parent with updates, and no one has invented humane communication protocols yet. Ahimaaz wants to run with the news. Joab hesitates. Better not today, because the king's son is dead. But Ahimaaz insists. Eventually, Joab sends a Cushite first, then Ahimaaz anyway. So now 2 men are running while you sit between the gates waiting. The watchman sees one runner, then another. You keep asking, is the young man safe? That is all you want to know. Not who won, not how many fell, not whether your throne is secure. The young man, is he safe? Ahimaaz arrives first, full of speed and not enough useful courage. He bows, announces victory, blesses God. When you ask about Absalom, he dodges, says there was a great commotion he did not know exactly. This is what happens when the eager intern reaches the microphone before figuring out the assignment. Stand aside, you tell him. Then the Cushite comes. May the enemies of my lord the king, and all who rise against you for evil, be like that young man. There it is. No cushion, no rescue. Absalom is dead, and all the air goes out of the day. You go up to the chamber over the gate and weep. Not discreetly, not kingly, not with one solemn tear slipping down a weathered cheek while strings play in the background. No, this is the raw, ugly grief of a father whose whole inner life has just been ripped open with farm tools. Oh, my son Absalom, my son Absalom, would I had died instead of you, O Absalom, my son, my son. Again and again, the cry fills the house. It echoes through timber and stone. Men outside hear it. Servants hear it. Soldiers hear the sound of the king mourning the enemy they just killed to save him. Victory curdles in everybody's mouth. The troops slink back into the city that day, like men ashamed, as though they had fled in battle rather than won it. Because their king is not rejoicing. He is upstairs wishing he had died in his son's place. You can feel all the years in that cry. Tamar's torn robe, Amnon's violation, Absalom's murder, your silence, your own roof, your own letter, Uriah, Nathan, the child, all of it packed into one howl that no throne can absorb. Grief does not stay in lanes. It brings friends. Joab eventually comes in and speaks hard truth in the hard way. Only Joab ever speaks it. He says, "You have shamed your servants, the men who saved your life and your household today. You seem to love those who hate you and hate those who love you. If Absalom had lived and all of us had died, that would have pleased you well. So, get up, go out and speak kindly to your servants, or none will stay with you tonight. It is brutal, also necessary. That is Joab all over." The man could turn, "You need to pull yourself together," into a military threat before breakfast. Emotional support from Joab feels like being hit with a chair, but occasionally the chair is correct. So you rise. You take your seat in the gate. Word spreads. The king is sitting in the gate. The people come before you. Public presence. Royal composure reassembled with twine and sheer obligation. You are alive. The kingdom still exists. Your son is dead. All three facts now have to occupy the same body. The return to Jerusalem is slow and humiliating in its own special way. The tribes argue over bringing you back. Judah hesitates, though they are your own tribe, which is the sort of family nonsense that would be funny if it did not determine national stability. Negotiations, messages, loyalties, resentments. A civil war does not end because one man falls from a tree. Everybody has feelings now, and unfortunately, many of them are armed. Amasa gets promised command in place of Joab. That is a political patch job if ever there was one. Reward one faction, steady another, pretend you are still fully in control of your own violent employees. Joab, needless to say, does not take replacement well later. Joab never sees a succession issue without wanting to solve it with abdominal perforation. Then Shimei comes back. Yes, roadside rock-throwing Shimei. Suddenly very sorry. Amazing how repentance blooms when the king returns with troops. He falls before you at the Jordan and begs not to have his guilt remembered. Abishai wants him dead, naturally, still consistent. But you swear Shimei will not die that day. Mercy again, or weariness, probably both. Mephibosheth comes too, Saul's lame grandson, looking terrible. Untrimmed beard, dirty clothes, neglected feet. The man has the full "I have been too depressed to function" package. He says his servant deceived him and slandered him when you fled. Ziba had shown up earlier with supplies and a very convenient story about Mephibosheth abandoning you. Now the two men stand there with competing narratives, and you, exhausted beyond reason, split the land between them like a parent settling a property dispute at the end of the world. Barzillai the Gileadite appears, old and generous, the one who fed you in the wilderness. You invite him to Jerusalem. He declines with the dignified practicality of a man who knows his knees, ears, appetite, and patience are all old enough to vote. Why should he become a burden at court? Let him die in his own city near his parents' grave. Take Chimham instead. It is one of the gentlest scenes in these closing years. No schemes, no spears, just an old man saying, with complete fairness, that palace life sounds exhausting and he would rather go home. You kiss him, bless him, cross on, back into Jerusalem. But you do not come back the same. That much is obvious. The city is familiar, yet altered, like a house after a funeral. Same walls, same courtyards, same smells of bread, oil, dung, cedar, sweat, and public opinion. But every place has a bruise now. The roof is still there. The palace chambers are still there. The gate is still there. Absalom's memory sits in corners. Tamar's grief is still somewhere in the plaster. Amnon's absence has shape. You can sit on the throne again. You cannot sit there untouched. The final years grow colder, not just politically, actually cold. First, there is more rebellion. Sheba, son of Bichri, blows a trumpet and says there is no portion in David. So off everyone goes into another round of national dysfunction, because apparently the kingdom has developed a taste for mutiny. Joab murders Amasa on the road with horrifying casualness, as if greeting a cousin and simultaneously disemboweling him were a normal management transition. You win, eventually. But by now, victory mostly means the immediate emergency has stopped leaking. Then famine comes. Then wars flicker on. Then the census. You order one. Why? Pride, maybe. Control. The kingly itch to count what belongs to him and hear the number out loud. Joab, of all people, protests. That should alarm anyone. When Joab is your moral speed bump, you have really drifted. But the count goes forward. Months pass while officials trudge through the land taking numbers. Tribal tallies, camp records, heads counted like grain sacks. It is the ancient version of refreshing a dashboard until judgment arrives. And judgment arrives. Plague. Sudden. Terrible. Fast. Men falling in fields and alleys. Houses turning from breakfast to mourning by noon. The smell of sickness in hot weather is a special misery. Sour breath, sweat-soaked bedding, fear thick as kitchen smoke. 70,000 die. A whole nation pays for a king's appetite for numbers. Even at the end, your sins still cost other people first. When you see the angel stretching out his hand toward Jerusalem, you cry out that you have sinned. You have done wickedly. But these sheep, what have they done? Let your hand be against me and my father's house. That is one of the last true shepherd things left in you. You buy Araunah's threshing floor. You refuse to offer what costs you nothing. Oxen, wood, sacrifice. The plague stops there. Later, your son will build the temple on that height. So even now, in ruin and chastening and old age, the future is being marked out under your feet. But your body is failing. You grow old, very old. They cover you with clothes, and you cannot get warm. This is how the great warrior ends at first, not with a sword in hand, but shivering under blankets. Extra coverings piled on. Wool, more wool, maybe warmed stones, maybe braziers nearby, servants fussing. Nothing works. The cold lives inside you now. It is in the bones. A young woman, Abishag the Shunammite, is brought to attend you and lie beside you to keep you warm, which is one of those biblical details that makes you stop and stare at the ceiling for a minute. Ancient medicine was often just desperate improvisation with excellent confidence. They essentially prescribe human hot water bottle to the king of Israel, and everybody proceeds as though this is standard clinical practice. She serves you. You do not know her sexually. That detail gets included because palace succession is a nest of snakes, and every fact will matter later. And yes, later arrives immediately. Adonijah, another son, exalts himself, saying, "I will be king." Because of course he does. You can barely stay warm, and already the household is back to dynastic auditions. Chariots, horsemen, 50 men running before him. A whole little self-coronation package. He gathers Joab and Abiathar. They help him. There is a feast, oxen and fattened cattle. Brothers invited selectively. Solomon not invited. Nathan not invited. Bathsheba not invited. Whenever a prince throws a feast and forgets the inconvenient people, assume treason with catering. Nathan hears. Bathsheba hears. And suddenly the old machinery starts turning one last time. Plans, messages, timing. Bathsheba goes into you while you are old and weak. Nathan follows. They remind you of your oath that Solomon should reign after you. They describe Adonijah's feast. The room smells of age and urgency. Blankets, stale incense, medicine, old cedar, wool that never quite dries right, and the sweat of people trying to keep a kingdom from being stolen before lunch. You rouse. Still king enough. Call Zadok. Call Nathan. Call Benaiah. Put Solomon on my mule. Take him to Gihon. Anoint him there. Blow the trumpet. Say, "Long live King Solomon." So it is done. Trumpets sound. People rejoice. The earth seems to split with the noise. Adonijah's guests hear it and panic instantly, because usurpers are brave only up to the moment a louder trumpet goes off elsewhere. Their feast dissolves into dread. Adonijah runs for sanctuary, grabbing the horns of the altar like a man trying to hug survival hard enough to make it legal. Solomon spares him for the moment. You lie near death and give final instructions. Some are wise, some are devotional, some are, frankly, unfinished business with a hit list attached. Do not let Joab's grey head go down to Sheol in peace. Deal wisely concerning Shimei. Show kindness to the sons of Barzillai. Even at the end, there is piety and politics sharing a bedroll. You are still you, still broken, still strategic, still unable to leave everything clean for the next generation. That may be the truest ending possible for David. Not polished, not saintly in the smooth, boring way people sometimes want from holy men. You die as you lived, beloved, compromised, fierce, repentant, dangerous, tender, impossible to simplify. Shepherd and king, poet and killer, worshipper and disaster. a man after God's own heart who also made enough catastrophic decisions to keep prophets employed for decades. Then you rest with your fathers. They bury you in the city of David. Jerusalem keeps going. Solomon sits firm on the throne. The palace changes hands. Advisors reshuffle. Old loyalties fade, then harden into stories. Dust gathers where you once walked. Cedar dries. Songs remain. So do wounds. And somewhere in that city, under stone and memory and all the noise of later generations, there lingers the sound of a father weeping for a son he could not save, and a king who never really escaped the consequences of one warm evening on a roof. So, after all of that, after the sheep and the giant and the cave and the crown and the rooftop and the tears, what were they trying to leave in your hands? Because after walking through David's life like this, you can feel it was preserved for a reason. You do not keep this many strange, glorious, humiliating details unless they matter. The sheep manure, the harp music, the severed giant head, the cave damp, the dancing king in what amounts to ancient long underwear, the rooftop disaster, the father sobbing over the son who tried to kill him. This is not a polished royal brochure. It is not propaganda with flattering lighting and a tasteful soundtrack. It is much ruder than that. It keeps showing you a man in full, mud on the ankles, blood on the hands, songs in the mouth, grief in the chest. And the first thing it gives you is this. Greatness starts in places that smell bad. David begins out where nobody important is looking. He is the extra son, the field kid, the one left with the sheep while the grown-ups have the real meeting indoors. You can still feel the loneliness of that life. Long nights, cold wind, animal breath, damp wool, boredom so thick you could spread it on bread. No applause, no audience, just a boy, a sling, some songs, and the kind of hidden faith that grows when there is nobody around to impress. That part matters. You can feel that the years nobody notices are not wasted years. A great deal gets built there. Courage gets built there. Skill gets built there. A voice gets built there. David learned to fight lions before he fought giants. He learned to sing in the dark before he ever stood in a palace. He learned to trust God with sheep before he had to trust God with a kingdom. The field looked small. It was not small at all. Then you get the giant. And that episode is not only about bravery, it is about absurd, almost embarrassing confidence in what God already taught you. Everybody else is staring at the armor, the height, the spear, the public nightmare of it all. David is staring at the problem and thinking, yes, very large, very loud, still hittable. And that lands, doesn't it? He does not win by pretending to be Saul. He does not clank into borrowed bronze and suddenly become impressive through accessories. He wins by refusing the costume. He goes with the sling he actually knows how to use, the thing everybody else dismisses, the ordinary skill from the ordinary field. That is one of the great shocks of the whole story. The thing that saves Israel is not royal equipment. It is the practice of a boy no one took seriously. Then come the wilderness years, and honestly, this part should offend anyone who thinks being chosen means getting a smooth life. David is anointed young, and for a long time it makes his life worse, much worse. Instead of a crown, he gets a spear thrown at his head. Instead of stability, he gets caves, fugitives, betrayal, and the sort of stress that turns your stomach into a clenched fist. One day, you are playing music for a troubled king. Next day, you are drooling into your beard and pretending to be insane, so foreigners do not kill you. The man's career path is a disaster slideshow, but that is exactly why those years stay in the story. You come away understanding that promise and ease are not the same thing. Being called does not mean life suddenly becomes soft and nicely organized. Sometimes it becomes ragged, hungry, and deeply inconvenient. David spends years waiting for what was already promised him, and he does not spend those years passively. He has to restrain himself. He has chances to grab the throne early, to solve things with a knife in the dark, and he refuses. That kind of patience is not sitting pleasantly by a window with excellent posture. It is the painful choice not to force what you desperately want. Then, finally, Jerusalem. And they do not treat joy as embarrassing. That matters too. David brings the ark into the city, dancing like a man who has forgotten both his title and his dignity. Michal looks at him and sees humiliation. The storytellers look at him and see life. That scene is not there so you can smirk at the king having a wardrobe problem. Though yes, a little smirking is available. It is there because they wanted a picture of wholehearted joy. Power had not yet calcified him. He could still celebrate without managing his image. He could still look ridiculous because he was glad. That is a beautiful thing. A lot of people can survive misery. Fewer can receive joy without becoming self-conscious about it. David dancing in the street shows a man fully awake, fully grateful, fully alive before God. They wanted that remembered too. And then they refused to lie about him. This may be the most astonishing thing in the whole account. They could have cleaned it up. They could have quietly left. Out the rooftop, the woman, the murder letter, the family collapse, the daughter unprotected, the sons tearing each other apart. Ancient kings usually got memorialized with a flattering edit, better jawline, fewer atrocities, more polished dignity. David does not get that treatment. You are made to sit in the ugliness of what he did. Bathsheba is not a romantic subplot. It is the moment power rots into entitlement. David sees, takes, lies, and kills to protect himself. Uriah, meanwhile, behaves with more honor drunk on a doorstep than the king does sober in a palace. That is not subtle. They wanted it to be unmistakable. Power without accountability becomes monstrous very quickly, and the damage does not stay neatly contained. It spreads through a household like smoke through dry beams. By the time Absalom rises, you can feel how old sins keep collecting interest. That is another thing they were preserving. Consequences are real, not theatrical, not tidy, not solved by one dramatic apology. David is forgiven, yes, but his house still breaks. Tamar still suffers. Amnon still dies. Absalom still burns with vengeance. The father who arranged Uriah's death becomes the father weeping over his own dead son. There is no cheap escape hatch, no royal coupon code for avoiding the fallout. And yet the story does not end with David as a villain in a cautionary poster. It keeps returning to his repentance. Not perfection. Never perfection. Repentance. That is the difference. When David is confronted, he does not finally win by defending himself. He does not launch a palace press strategy. He does not say everybody makes mistakes, and this has been taken wildly out of context. He breaks. He admits it. You can hear it in the prayers that rise out of his ruin. Wash me. Clean me. Do not cast me away. Create in me a clean heart. It is the language of a man who knows he cannot repair himself with image management. And that is where the deepest comfort of the whole story lives. The comfort here is not that David was secretly better than he looked. He was not. The gift is that catastrophic failure was not the end of his relationship with God. The door did not slam shut forever. He could still turn back, broken, ashamed, facing consequences he could not undo. He could still turn back. That is what they wanted, carried forward through generations. Not that sin is small. It is not small at all. It wrecks things. It wrecks people. But mercy is not small either. So when you gather the whole story up, this is what remains. God chooses the overlooked. God works in hidden places. Courage often looks ridiculous before it looks heroic. Waiting can be holier than grabbing. Joy is not weakness. You watch power corrode a soul with terrifying speed. Sin leaves damage behind it. And even so, a ruined person can still turn toward God and be met there. That is why David stays so alive on the page. Not because he is easy to admire every minute. Good grief, no. At several points, you want to grab him by the shoulders and confiscate both the crown and his evening roof privileges. But he remains recognizably human all the way through. Brave and petty, tender and dangerous, faithful and failing. A man capable of songs that heal and choices that shatter. And somehow, through all of that, not abandoned. That is the resolution. Not that everything came out neat. It did not. Not that the wounds vanished. They did not. But the final word over David's life is not giant killer, and it is not adulterer, and it is not grieving father. It is that he kept turning back. Again in the field. Again in the cave. Again after the crown. Again after the collapse. Again in the cold. That is what endured. And that is why his story was worth telling all the way through, without makeup, without excuses, without the flattering royal edit. Because people needed to know that God's mercy can still reach a shepherd, a king, a fool, a mourner, and a man standing ankle deep in the consequences of his own terrible decisions. People needed to know the door was still open. And for David, battered, complicated, forgiven David, it was. David dies on a winter night in Jerusalem. But the songs never stopped. The palace is quiet in that strained, careful way sick rooms always are. Servants walk softly. Oil lamps tremble against stone walls. The old king who once ran hills, swung swords, ducked spears, danced in the street, and bellowed orders over battle noise, has finally gone still under a pile of blankets that never seemed to warm him. Outside, the city keeps breathing. Somewhere a dog starts barking at absolutely nothing, as dogs have done since the dawn of time. A baby cries. A gate creaks. A watchman shifts his weight and rubs his hands against the cold. Jerusalem does not stop just because its king has. By morning, people will start doing what people always do when powerful men die. Whispering. Running errands very quickly. Pretending not to eavesdrop while very much eavesdropping. Courtiers will make faces of suitable sorrow. Officials will calculate. Soldiers will wait to see whose name they are, shouting next. And yet, that is not what lasts. The crown passes. The palace changes hands. Stone walls get rebuilt, knocked down, rebuilt again. Empires come stomping through in their lovely boots, convinced they are permanent. Assyrians, Babylonians, Persians, Greeks, Romans. One after another. All of them full of themselves. All of them eventually dust. But the songs keep going. That is the strange part. You would think the sling would be what survived. Or the giant story. People love a giant story. It has everything. Public menace, impossible odds, one deeply unfortunate forehead. You would think the kingdom would be the thing, or the wars, or the scandal, or the family disaster that could fuel 10 seasons of prestige television. But no. What keeps slipping through the centuries is the boy on the hillside with a harp. You can see him again now. Bethlehem at night. Not the triumphal David. Not the king on a throne. Not the old man under blankets. Just the youngest son outside with the sheep because someone had to do it, and apparently that someone was always you. The ground is cold and hard under your hip. The sheep are finally quiet, settled in damp woolly heaps that smell like lanolin, grass and old barn floor. Their chewing has slowed. Their ears flick every so often. One of them lets out a long nasal complaint in its sleep, which is impressive because even unconscious, it sounds annoyed. The air bites your face. The stars overhead are so sharp and bright, they look close enough to catch in your fingers. No one important is out here. No brothers, no prophet, no royal staff, no polished armor, no audience at all, unless you count several sheep and one irritated beetle crawling across a rock. Your hands smell like animal and leather. Your tunic smells worse. The night is enormous. And into that dark, with nobody clapping and nobody taking notes, you start to sing. That is what lasts. Not because the voice was perfect. Probably it cracked sometimes. Probably you got dust in your throat. Probably your instrument needed tuning every 5 minutes because wood and weather never cooperate. Ancient music gear was not exactly premium. It was more like faith, string, and a structural optimism that bordered on delusion. Still, you sang. You sang when you were lonely. You sang when you were afraid. You sang when the sky felt too big and your life felt too small. You sang because there was no one else awake. You sang because talking to God in the dark was better than saying nothing at all. And those songs kept traveling. They moved from campfires to courtyards, from memory to memory, from mouths cracked by desert wind to lips trembling with grief. They crossed languages. They crossed oceans. They outlived the kingdom that first heard them. They outlived the temple. They outlived the dynasties, the invasions, the flags, the currencies, the whole parade of human beings announcing that now, finally, history had reached its important phase. The songs just kept going. Somewhere, long after David's bones had gone to dust, an old man whispers, "The Lord is my shepherd," because his own shadow has started to frighten him. Somewhere, a mother with swollen eyes says, "Out of the depths," because grief has made the room feel smaller than a storage jar. Somewhere, a soldier says, "My rock and my fortress," and means it with the desperation of a man who has heard arrows before breakfast. Somewhere, a person who has ruined things beyond easy repair says, "Create in me a clean heart," because there are no clever words left and no energy for pretending. That is David's voice still moving, not polished, not safe, not the voice of a man who floated through life untouched. It is better than that. It is the voice of someone who knew terror, triumph, guilt, joy, boredom, panic, gratitude, betrayal, and the special misery of lying awake with your own failures chewing on your insides like rats in grain sacks. So people keep borrowing his words. In hospital rooms that smell like antiseptic and warmed plastic. In graveside wind that cuts through coats and collars. In prison cells with concrete floors and metal toilets that look like they were designed by someone actively hostile to comfort. In quiet bedrooms. in loud sanctuaries, in refugee camps, in nursing homes, in places where the lights are too bright, in places where the power has gone out, in places where nobody knows what to say, so they reach for the old shepherd songs because somehow those still know the way. And that is almost absurdly tender when you think of where they began. A field, just a field, a half-forgotten boy on night duty with a stick, a sling and sheep that would absolutely walk off a cliff if given 30 unsupervised seconds. Out there in the dark, before the crown and before the disasters, and before the historians and painters and kings started borrowing his name, there was simply a young shepherd trying to stay awake and talking to God. The world has changed beyond anything David could have imagined. Roads where there were footpaths, cities lit all night, machines humming in walls, windows sealed against weather, people carrying whole libraries in their pockets and still somehow feeling alone at 2 a.m. Yet his words arrive there too, into modern fear, into modern shame, into modern sorrow, straight through electric light and hospital curtains and phone screens and the stale taste of anxiety. The Lord is my shepherd, still there. You can almost feel the line settling back into its first home. Not a framed quotation, not decorative calligraphy, not something embroidered on a pillow by a woman with excellent intentions. A real shepherd saying it under real stars, with real danger nearby, with predators in the dark and cold in the bones, and no certainty that morning would be simple. The Lord is my shepherd. I know what that means, because I have been one. I know what it is to lead weak things. I know what it is to search for the wandering one. I know what it is to fight off teeth in the dark. I know what it is to sleep lightly because something precious is always at risk. And so the old king dies, but the shepherd remains. That voice from the hillside keeps finding people, keeps sitting down beside beds and graves and battlefields and kitchen tables cluttered with unpaid bills and cold tea, keeps making room for fear without surrendering to it, keeps making room for repentance without pretending consequences are imaginary, keeps making room for joy too, green pastures and overflowing cups, and the wild possibility that mercy might still be following close behind. The palace is gone now. The armies are gone. The banners, the schemes, the spear racks, the cedar rooms, the polished thrones, the whole royal apparatus with its sweating messengers and solemn advisers and endless urgent nonsense. All gone. But out on the hills near Bethlehem, the night still comes clear. The stones still hold the day's warmth a little while after sunset. Sheep still settle in clusters, muttering and shifting. Wind still moves through the grass with that soft brushing sound, like a hand over woven cloth. And in that darkness, if you listen closely enough, you can still find the shepherd boy before anyone else noticed him, before the oil, before Goliath, before Jerusalem, singing into the open night because God was listening. And the song kept going long after the kingdom had crumbled.